Hello, everybody. To those of you who've just joined us and are just joining us now, the links are working. We are here. We're just sorting out a couple of last-minute technical issues, and we should be starting very shortly. So please, for the time being, sit back, relax, get ready, get familiar with our Slido page where you'll be able to chat with each other, ask questions, etc. And we should be starting very shortly. So please just bear with us for a couple more minutes. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us today. We'll be starting very shortly. Just please bear with us a couple more moments. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening to all of you that have joined us. And thank you so much for taking the time to come and be with us. We are really excited that this session has so many of us interested in this conversation. We are excited that so far the event was so oversubscribed that we know there's a whole bunch of people who are going to be coming up on YouTube. Afternoon, good morning, good evening to all of you that have joined us. Sorry, I have feedback from. Thank you. So the reason why we are having this conversation today is because we have been concerned about the question of how data is being used by governments and by businesses and others during this period. Of course, in a period of crisis, a lot of rights are suspended, and governments will use the data as they see please, to be able to fight such a crisis as this pandemic. But one of the questions then we've been asking is, what will the end look like once the pandemic is over? How do we make sure that we roll back and make sure that people's rights are still used and I'm going to invite Tom and sort of set the scene in terms of what we're going to be talking about. But before I do that, I'm going to welcome all of you who are here. I'm going to also ask you to please go on Slido, which we're using for all questions and comments, so that we can be able to sort of coalesce them in one place. Both those of you that are on YouTube and those of you that are linking right here on Zoom with us, please make sure that you do. Should you have anything that any problems that you might be having, you will be seeing Open Institute there. That's our tech team. I think there's led by Benjamin, and he will make sure that you are taken care of and that you're okay. Should you have any particular questions, please do. If you're in Zoom, please feel free to alert us, and we will see what we can do for you. We have placed the Slido link into the Zoom and onto the Facebook comments area. So please make sure that you can go on there. One thing that you will find on the Slido is you will find a poll that we have put there that is a sort of checking on what our current views are on some of the issues around data usage and COVID-19 and what your own perspective is. Please fill it now, and maybe we will ask you to fill it again towards the end of this so that we can see if your mind has changed or not. Thank you very much and welcome. I'm going to invite Tom to sort of give you a proper set the scene for what we're going to be talking about, and then he will slide right through to having our first panel of the day. Welcome, Tom.
Thank you very much, Al, and thank you to everyone who's joined us today. Good morning, afternoon, evening, as the case may be. This is a really exciting event, I think, but unfortunate in terms of the circumstances in which it's being held, given the current situation around the world. And I do hope that all of you who are joining us today are all well and healthy, and that your loved ones are too. When I set Data Ready up a couple of years ago, I did it because I thought at the time that there was a gap in the data for development community for services that centered more on the information needs of organizations and individuals than on the opportunity of technology itself as an end in and of itself. And little did I know at the time that 2 years later, the need for data governance, a concept that broadly relates to how control and management over data and data systems is exercised, would be so pressing and urgent as an area of expertise. The declaration of the COVID-19 virus as a public health emergency of international concern on the 30th of January by the World Health Organization will undoubtedly be recorded in history as one of the pivotal moments of the 21st century. And one of the unique features of the COVID response is the role that digital data-driven technologies are playing, from their deployment to facilitate contact tracing, to efforts to use open data to generate epidemiological models to predict resource needs, through to the surveillance of whole populations to enforce economic and social lockdowns. Defining the precise functions that new data-driven technology should play in the response to the pandemic is contentious. Attempts to do this have laid bare the range of views and opinions, approaches and priorities that exist across countries, across international organizations, across civil society, academia, and the general public. We're all grappling with the same issue. What role should different kinds of data play in the response, and how should they be handled, accessed, shared, and used? In a word, governed. With this in mind, it was just 2 weeks ago, although it feels a lot longer, that Al and I were discussing the implications of the COVID-19 outbreak for Africa. We were and continue to be terrified at the implications for those who live in slums or refugee camps, and shudder at the thought of the pressure that health facilities will face in the near future. As African countries started to go into lockdown, just like everywhere else, we are also concerned for people's rights and freedoms. South African police started using whips to enforce lockdown that have been outlawed since apartheid. In Kenya, more civilians were killed on the streets in the first days of the lockdown than died from the virus itself. And I'm not mentioning these examples to name and shame, but to highlight the severity of the shock to governance structures and societies, and not just in Africa, but around the world. Given how embedded digital tools are in our societies, in the year 2020, a shock like this reverberates just as poignantly in cyberspace as it does in the physical world, even if the effects and harms manifest in different ways. So in light of this evolving situation, Al and I did what we usually do, which is to ask ourselves, what are we going to do about it? And this event to discuss what responsible COVID data use should look like in Africa and beyond is what we've decided to do as a first step. And with this in mind, I'd like to sincerely thank all of our esteemed speakers today, and in particular, Dr. Samira Asma from the World Health Organization and Mr. Oliver Chinganya from the UN Economic Commission for Africa, who I know have incredibly busy schedules and much responsibility at the moment. So thank you very much for taking the time to join us. I'd also like to thank Al for his continued support and his team, who behind the scenes are doing an incredible job to help set this event up. So with all of this context in mind, I'd like to now swiftly move to our first session of the day, which is a scene-setting panel discussion on continent-wide COVID-19 responsible data plans and use. Just to summarize the situation again, as COVID-19 data partnerships are being planned and ramped up across the African continent, there is an urgent need to ensure that the information required to tackle the pandemic is in the hands of decision makers at the right time. However, this need must be balanced with protections to ensure that data is not misused, or that temporary measures that grant states augmented emergency powers, including the power to use sensitive data for contact tracing, for example, do not become entrenched after the end of this crisis. And the need to execute this balance raises a number of questions that I'd like to ask our panelists. But before doing so, I'd like to very briefly give each one the opportunity to introduce themselves. I know that Dr. Asma was having some issues joining the session. I'm not sure whether she's had an opportunity yet to enter the room. But I'll start by asking Oliver Chinganya to introduce himself to the session just very briefly. Thank you. Oliver, I think you're muted. Please, please go ahead.
Tom, I just skipped out of the door just to close the door. You must have said something.
Hi, Oliver.
Yeah.
I was just inviting you to introduce yourself very briefly.
Okay. Thank you.
Before we start, thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you so much, Tom, and colleagues that are connected to this very, very important discussion today. And I think that the discussion comes out very timely in terms of discussing what we do post-COVID. So I'm looking forward to this discussion that we're going to take place today. I must say in advance that I'm only going to stay for an hour because I have another meeting at 4:30. So I'm hoping that we'll be able to clear and be able to respond to some of the questions that are coming up. Otherwise, I'm really looking forward to this discussion. As Thomas said, I'm the director of the African Center for Statistics at UNICA. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Oliver. Thank you. Teki, if I could turn to you to just very briefly introduce yourself. Thank you.
Thank you. So my name is Teki Akwete Faulkner. I'm the Executive Director for the Africa Digital Rights Hub, a not-for-profit think tank that promotes research and advocacy on digital rights issues across Africa. And, to lend my voice to what others have said, thank you very much for this opportunity. It's a very dire time that we live in, but it is also an equally important time, and I'm very excited to have this conversation.
Thank you very much. Stuart, if I may call on you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Stuart Campo, and I work for the Center for Humanitarian Data. The center is part of the UN Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, and our mission is to increase the use and impact of data in humanitarian response. Increasingly, we've seen that data responsibility is key to doing that well. So really excited to contribute what we've learned and some of our experience in this discussion today.
Thank you very much, Stuart. That's great. I'm not sure whether Dr. Asma has been able to join us quite yet. Could someone give me a heads up on whether she's been able to join? Okay, I'm not sure that she's currently in the chat. So what I suggest is that we get started, and as soon as she's joined us, I'll pass over to her to introduce herself. So without further ado, then, Oliver, if I may start with you. Firstly, congratulations on the launch of UNECA's recent initiative with the Global Partnership for Sustainable Development Data to support African national statistics offices and governments in the procurement of critical data to help with the response. And also congratulations as well on the discussion platform for national statistics offices that UNECA has just launched. And my question for you is, within the context of these initiatives, which are working to connect supply and demand for data related to the COVID response, what steps do you think that national governments, UN agencies, and others involved need to take to ensure that their activities also take into account citizens' rights and to protect privacy of those people over their personal data?
Thank you very much, Tom. Again, just to put the things in context, I'm going to give a little bit of background. But first of all, thank you for recognizing the launch that we did with the partnership, rather, that we just launched a couple of days ago with the Global Partnership. Perhaps at some point, maybe we may have time to discuss about that. And also the platform that we have put to get the heads of national statistics offices to engage and share experiences and best practices in terms of how they mitigate their own situations during this very difficult time. Indeed, like one of the colleagues mentioned, I think we are in a very, very different and difficult situation now, which requires extraordinary measures. And I think the decision that you've made to have this platform is perhaps one way of getting to address some of the issues. Just to put a few things in context, first of all, I think we need to recognize that the national statistics offices, they are the authority in terms of producing the data in the whole data value chain. And therefore, one would imagine that even the people that are part of that value chain are not immune to COVID-19. And therefore, there is need for them also to begin to get concerned about their own security, their own safety, but also the safety of those that they save, including the people that they respond when they go out to collect data for different purposes. But what is interesting on the continent, however, is that most of you may already know that most of our countries don't have the modern technology, for instance, of collecting data using digital forms or even by telephone interviews. Most of the data collection is actually done through personal interviews. And that requires having a contact with the people that you're collecting data from, and even with the colleagues that you are with in the company. That's a big challenge. And the reason for this, if I may, is that the sampling frames or household frames that are available in most of these countries are really out of date. They are not digitized. They lack critical information that is required, for instance, for telephone or emails. And this sampling frame are also very irregularly updated. And that includes also for the business registers themselves. And therefore it means that the frames they have, they actually rely on the censuses, population censuses or economic censuses, or other large surveys which are done also very irregular. So that in itself really becomes a challenge on how government should be able to deal with this. But let me deal with perhaps in terms of the partnership before I respond specifically in terms of what does the government do also and the UN. As for the partnership, I think one of the things that we are very excited about is having to bring different stakeholders, different partners with different skills and tools and knowledge that countries can actually use. And therefore, this partnership that you referred to, which is between ourselves, the Law Partnership, and various other partners, is going to be looking at 4 or maybe 5 very critical things. First of all, is to bring together what one would call tested smart solutions, which governments can actually use based on their experience. Also, we're hoping that we could also help to strengthen the systems that exist in the countries and ensure that there is the use of resources, the partners that they bring to the fore is equally used very, very carefully and effectively. And also sharing of information among us, the partners, in terms of the best practices and how we bring all these to the governments. But I think in all this, the government will actually have a much, much bigger role to play. And that brings me to the point that I would like to respond to your question about what should governments do. I think that governments in this process, in this time of COVID, given that they're overwhelmed with a number of partners that are all willing to go and provide support to them, they have to lead the process. They cannot allow someone outside to lead them, but they need to sit in the driving seat and lead the process. But leading the process also requires that you have clear in your mind, they're clear in their minds in terms of having proper plans of what needs to be done, having a strategy, ensuring that there's also information on the resource requirements to be presented to everyone that comes over. But more importantly, I think that the governments in this particular area, having mentioned that the National Statistical Officers are the lead in the statistical process, I think they have to engage them and other research institutions to become part of the surveillance mechanism to help to collect the data that is required and also to do further simulation in terms of what is required. So I see a situation where the statisticians, the epidemiologists are working together and be able to decide what kind of information that needs to be put out there. Of course, bearing in mind that they need to protect the citizens. In this, so a balance is required between what goes into the public and what is kept confidentially. So that privacy issue is going to be very important, but they need to be balanced because you cannot deny having to say that this person died of this particular of a virus, and yet at the same time you want to keep the confidentiality. So that process has to be done very carefully. What will be important, however, is not to mention the name of the person who has died out of the virus. So there is that. So in response to the question of what the UN agencies and other partners are going to do, I think in my view that, first of all, I think they need to take a role of understanding what the priorities are for the government. I think they should not assume that this is what the government needs. They need to sit down with the government and work out what are the priorities. They will have to act as brokers in terms of bringing the technology from those countries where, perhaps that have better tools and mechanism of addressing some of the issues and bring them to the country without having to do a copycat, because each country has got very specific situations, and therefore you cannot really say that we have to apply a straitjacket approach to all the countries. So it's very, very specific kind of assistance that will be required. I think that the UN and the other agencies will have to assist countries to mobilize resources. We know that the health systems on the continent are stressed, extremely stressed. We are talking about in some cases where you have 1 to 2 beds per 1,000 people. And if the Africa indeed becomes the epicenter means we will be seriously challenged. And therefore, I think the UN and other partners will have to play a role on how to bring these resources and the necessary technology. I think that technology is just not about technology, but I think it's about identifying the best technology that can be used and advise on what works and what doesn't work going forward. So as I conclude, I think what I need to also to say is that one of the major areas that government partners have to look is how to develop the necessary capacity and strengthen the systems in the countries and ensuring that they guard against misuse of data and begin to plan beyond COVID-19. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Oliver. I think that's a very helpful and comprehensive overview from the position that you sit in at UNECA on the different roles and responsibilities. And you've touched on a couple of themes that I'd like to return to a little later in the conversation. So let's hold some of those themes in our minds, especially around the division of roles and the different roles that organizations have. I would like to turn now to Teki to give us her perspective as well. And the question that I have for Teki is, given the very impressive experience that you have in terms of helping to forge the data protection landscape in Ghana in the past few years, in your view, what legislative, institutional, and policy tools do African countries need to have to regulate the balance between data use and human rights during this pandemic? Are there any international or continent-wide conventions, mechanisms, frameworks that you think governments should be drawing from to help them in their current planning?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, great. So thank you very much for the question. At the time like this, and looking at the role that technology is playing in helping address the challenges associated with this pandemic, when you're asking about legislations and policies, I would say that we need to really look at legislations and policies that enable access and use, that enable trust, and that adequately protect the users and the developers of these platforms. Specifically speaking about data protection, especially because of the concerns that some of us have had with applications and the deployment of tools that enable the tracking of COVID-19 patients and contacts. I think that this is the time that we need to carefully look at our data protection laws and landscape. Currently in Africa, we have about 25 countries that have data protection laws, albeit not all of them have regulations. We also have across the continent and the region more than 5 different frameworks, whether it's the Malabo Convention on Cybersecurity and Data Protection, which is an AU convention, or the ECOWAS framework for personal data protection, or the SADC model laws, or the East African Commission model laws, community model laws on cybersecurity. There are a vast range of frameworks and laws currently that exist in the continent. If you leave that alone, most of our countries in Africa recognize the right to privacy of individuals. And so I think that in a time like this, the tendency is to say that this is an emergency, and so we are going to retire the laws on fundamental rights and then do as we please. And that is where organizations such as ours are a bit concerned, because we believe that in a time like this, it's extremely important that the rule of law is still adhered to. It's extremely important, especially now that individuals are protected. We've already seen the effect of knowledge that people have these pandemic. We've seen across Africa, people being discriminated against. We've seen lives being lost as a result of somebody sharing information on someone's status. And so that should tell us that this is an extremely important time to look at our data protection laws and frameworks adequately. And it is not about, for me, I mean, you framed your question about balance, but for me, it's not one of balance. And I like to borrow Professor Kanatachi's statement he made some time ago, that it should be, in these situations, it should be one of synergy and not balance. We must recognize the rights of individuals vis-a-vis the agency of national, of public health and safety as well. So our governments and policy makers should not be choosing emergency laws over human rights or over privacy rights. We should be looking at how do we get all these systems in place to ensure that everything works together in a seamless manner. How do you do that? You do that by making sure that around the table, like I have mentioned, we have adequate laws in place. But in the implementation of some of these structures and systems and tools that we are rolling out, do we have the right people on the table? If you look at countries such as Spain, Mauritius, and a few other countries, they are working closely. Governments are working closely with their data protection officers. They are working closely with their data protection regulators. They are working closely with their cybersecurity experts. They are working with their data scientists in order to ensure that we are able to achieve this right synergy, so that at the end of the day, we're not picking or using this pandemic to override the rights of, or to trample over the rights of individuals, but then we are using this pandemic to ensure that people's rights are still recognized and they are adequately protected. And in my view, I do not think that we're doing extremely well here, maybe across the world and especially in Africa, because that is what I tend to see. I do not think that we are working closely with our data protection regulators as we should. I do not think that we are working with our technology experts, be it cybersecurity experts or the like, as we should. I do not think that we're engaging data scientists to really understand the import and the impact of some of these tools that we're rolling out. And I must say that we do not need to reinvent the wheel. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. There's a lot going on out there, and I was quite excited to have come across the anonymous citizen-driven contact tracing proposal that was recently made, that has been made by Christophe Rum, and then Dr. Nuria Oliver, for instance, that uses anonymous voucher-based contact tracing, which relies on individual knowledge of their own close contacts instead of, using, invasive technologies and applications that will take more information from people. Now, the reason why I'm quite in favor of some of these apps are that for our continent, it's even more relevant because it tends to provide a less invasive system. One, these are easy and cheap to roll out, and it minimizes challenges associated with cybersecurity, with data privacy violations, with the need to upfront collect critical and mass information, as well as access. I have seen a number of African countries and even the continent rolling out technology tools. Very few of these tools, looking at the time that it is taking to develop them, looking at the time that it's taking to roll them out, are given the opportunity to ensure that it adequately meets, the test of security, it meets the test of privacy requirements, and then it meets the test of minimizing cybersecurity risks and access to people. And so I think that, you know, it is important, it's an important time for governments to lead, but it is also an important time for governments to surround themselves with the needed experts who can help drive this in a way that will bring a fair balance at the end of the day. And I do not believe that it should be about, you know, what will happen after the pandemic. We should be looking at what we are doing now. We should be looking at how we are collecting and processing these information. And we must recognize that these are sensitive, highly sensitive information and health records, you know, so we must be mindful of how we roll out some of these systems. And I must say that especially for most countries in Africa that have data protection laws, we have our constitutions that recognize fundamental rights. It's not one of a choice of emergency, public health and safety over privacy or fundamental rights. It's both. We must make sure that we have both on board.
Thank you. Thank you very much. There's a lot to think about there and a lot to unpack, but I think that central theme that you've brought out about not balance, but synergy, I think is really interesting and really crucial. And again, it's a theme that I'd like to come back to both in this session and hopefully throughout the event. So thank you very much. I'm aware now that Dr. Samira Asma from the World Health Organization has been able to join us. So I'd like to very warmly welcome her and to thank her for taking the time out of an incredibly busy schedule to join us here today. Dr. Asma, before we started this discussion, I'd given everyone the opportunity to just very briefly introduce themselves and their roles. So I'd like to offer you that opportunity as well. So thank you very much again for joining us, and please, the floor is yours.
Tom, thank you very much. And I must sincerely apologize for the technical glitch. My name is Samira Asma. Hello, everyone. And I'm the Assistant Director General for the Division for Data Analytics and Delivery for Impact, calling in from Geneva, World Health Organization headquarters. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, Dr. Asma. And I'll give you a moment to acclimatize yourself to the event before asking you a question straight away. So we'll turn to Stuart first and then come back to you. Thank you very much. So Stuart, over to you. And I have a question for you here as well. If you just give me a moment to find it. Here we are. So Stuart, your work and your focus is very much centered on the humanitarian space and emergency contexts. So in light of your specific focus on these areas and fragile environments as well, you know, these are dimensions which pose additional challenges from a rights perspective. And in terms of what we've heard so far, what additional considerations are needed on how data use and protection should be balanced or synergized, to use Teki's term, in an already fragile context?
Sure, Tom, thanks. Just making sure you can hear me okay. So I think Teki used a word that is key to how we think about these issues generally in the humanitarian sector, which is trust. Being able to balance or synergize, I really like that notion, all of these different considerations so that we build and maintain trust is critical to the type of work that we're all trying to do to use data to save lives. And I realize in a moment of information deluge that it's hard to keep track of all the recommendations and actions. So a lyric came to my mind from Vanilla Ice, which sounds a little ridiculous, but I think is helpful. And that's stop, collaborate, and listen. In managing humanitarian data, the first thing we need to do when we're thinking about designing a new solution or a new data exercise is stop and think if we're actually solving a problem or having a solution in search of a problem. Similarly, if we're about to set out on collecting data, we need to stop and check whether that data is already available, either from an organization like the WHO, from national ministries of health and bureaus of statistics, from civil society organizations, or from collective platforms like the Humanitarian Data Exchange.
I'm not sure if others... Did Stuart cut out for other people as well, or was it just me? Sorry to interrupt you, please
That's
continue.
okay. Can you hear me now?
I can, loud and clear, yeah.
Great. And so the final thing we should stop is sharing data before we're clear on how to reduce and manage its sensitivity. This is relatively cut and dry when we're talking about obviously sensitive data, like medical data of individual patients or even line lists that have not been properly anonymized. But this gets a lot more complex when we're dealing with group or aggregate data about different vulnerable groups or demographic groups. And we need to be really thoughtful and stop before sharing so that we do that in a way that enables action while maintaining trust and protecting the populations we serve. Next is collaborate. It's critical in a pandemic, which is by its very nature a collective problem, that we work together through collective action to solve it. Collaboration within the humanitarian sector, but also across the so-called nexus, is really going to be key to this response. And I think it was great to hear Teki's recommendation that we not just look beyond, but make sure we focus on the now. We have to work together now if the results after this crisis are going to be anything that we're looking to accept and work with to rebuild together. It's also critical to make sure that we're balancing local and global, and maybe even local, national, and global as we collaborate to address this crisis. These are not necessarily new problems, and we have good models for partnership in place for how we gather data, generate insight, and take action with it. But we need to build on those and tailor them to the current moment. Finally, how do we build trust by listening? We have to listen to the experts. There is a lot of noise out there right now, and there are also a lot of great, very wise expert organizations and individuals working to help us understand and react to this moment. We have to listen to them. We have to each accept and claim the roles that we can play and the specific value that we can add to responding to this crisis while staying in our lane. So listening to each other as experts, but also collaborators is key. Finally, we have to listen, most importantly, to the people most affected, and that's the people whose rights we're talking about. It's critical through exercises like perception surveys and collaborative feedback mechanisms like those that groups like Geopol and Ground Truth are already implementing to make sure that we actually hear from the people affected most directly by this. There's a great quote from Ursula Franklin about how technology is balanced in terms of its risks and its benefits. She says that the question to ask is not what risks and what benefits, but whose risks and whose benefits. Often, who benefits from the deployment of technology or data systems is not the same as who is at risk if those systems go awry. We have to remember that, and we have to stop, collaborate, and listen to maintain trust as we respond to this unprecedented situation. Thank you very much, Stuart. Again, I mean, very heartening to think just how well thought through all of these concepts are, and I'm very happy to hear that within the humanitarian community in particular, you know, people's response is not to panic even more, to get pushed further to the extreme with this, but to take that approach of stop, think, and collaborate and think things through. And I think we all have a lesson to learn there as you know, not just in Africa, but globally around the world. There have been knee-jerk reactions from policymakers in how to respond to this crisis, and they may end up inadvertently doing more harm further down the road. And I also like that point about whose risks and whose benefits, and we will certainly pick up on that later. So thank you very much. And last but certainly not least, I'd like to turn to Dr. Asma again. Dr. Asma, let me just pose you a question as well. Again, if I can find it, this document keeps on disappearing. Here we are. I think arguably you have one of the toughest jobs in the data world at the moment, given the enormous need globally for accurate and timely data relating to the pandemic. And in your view from the World Health Organization, as the response to the pandemic is planned and implemented across Africa, what efforts are required at the international, regional, and member state level to ensure that currently at least necessarily intrusive surveillance and tracing activities based on people's location data, for instance, are done in a way that's protective of people's human rights, including the right to privacy? You're currently muted still, Dr. Asma, sorry.
Thank you, Tom. Thanks for the question. And coming at a very important time, and the topic of this panel also is extremely important, and data is a precious resource, but people's rights are even more precious. I would like to answer your question on balancing the individual rights with the need for real-time actionable data. So that all agencies and organizations can really step up and follow the governance practices so that we protect while making data available so that we can be very responsive in terms of prepare and mitigate or respond to the epidemic right away. And there is a fine balance. I just want us to remind ourselves with what UN Secretary General just said, that COVID-19 is a public health emergency that is fast becoming a human rights crisis, and people and their rights must be at the front and center. And I juxtapose with another quote from the founder of Facebook, who also claimed, and there are many others who said the age of privacy is over, because data is so easily gathered, and the care that we need to take in terms of preserving the privacy while making it available. At WHO, we take a very nuanced approach by making sure that we are addressing the data gaps, we are making data available in a timely manner, but most importantly, we are also making sure that there are real data release policies, data sharing policies, and protection policies are adequately addressed. We receive data from our member states, and it is a trust. We are the steward of data, and we want to make sure that we maintain that. And but also we want to make sure the data is available so that communities and countries have the right access to it. With that said, I think just the two contexts I would like to highlight is one, that there is data gaps despite the rush in data collection everywhere. The reason is not because countries or member states or communities are not willing to share data. There is data available, and there at times might be a data burden. We are not collating data in an adequately proper way, given the technologies that are available, and curated in a way that it can be analyzed and used to change the policy and the program. That whole routing has to be, I think, carefully thought through. We also know that when you look at the finer details in the data world, we don't have data that can be disaggregated by many other variables such as gender, socioeconomic, urban, rural, local, and national. We need to know so that keeping up with the principles of SDGs, we are leaving no one behind. And for that, we need granular data. But technology comes to us as a rescue here, because there are technological solutions that are available that could really burn out the footprints or the fingerprints of data of the personal identifiers when it is being shared amongst countries or within countries or amongst partners. Data should be gathered by countries, owned by countries, and used by the countries. I think that is a very, very important principle, empowering people and the citizens and the civil society, so that the policymakers have a responsibility to use the information and to respond in a timely, transparent manner. WHO has data sharing policies under the international health regulations at the time of emergencies and and in a routine public health surveillance and monitoring efforts. And there are already checks and balances by several UN agencies, including WHO, that we abide by. There are conventions in place. So it is a balance between both. And I think we ought to demand that privacy is maintained, but also at the same time, we need data so that we can change the status quo and be very responsive, so that ultimately we want to improve lives and save lives. We don't have much time.
Thank you very much. Again, a huge amount there, and I don't envy your position at the moment of having to make what will inevitably be some quite difficult decisions about how to proceed in certain cases, and how exactly to find that balance or that synergy between these interests of on the one hand protecting human rights and on the other ensuring that data is available. And I really like those two quotes from you know, what you said yourself, that data is a precious resource, but people's rights are even more precious. And then also quoting the Secretary General on the fact that this is becoming a human rights emergency. And I think that that's absolutely correct. And we need to think about that. We're coming up to the hour, so there isn't a huge amount of time left, but I would like to circle around all of our panelists again, and just to get any comments or insights that the panelists might have on what they've heard from their colleagues and their fellow panelists at this time. So this is an opportunity to perhaps to comment on what other people have said. There's also one question in particular that struck me that's come in from a member, from an attendee, that I'd like to also read out, and feel free to comment on it if you feel that you'd like to. But the question that's come in, again, it goes, what I love about this discussion so far is that we're getting straight to the point, and a lot of the point is political. But as this is a global pandemic, and there's not just imbalances in terms of having data or not having data, but a lot of the private sector providers, for instance, come in from overseas. If we're talking about an African context, they're not African companies which are doing the data provision. So within this context of power imbalances that also exist in terms of where those who are able to collect data, how can we frame this discussion in that context as well, as a power issue, not just between governments and citizens, but also between the private sector and governments? So I think that there's a couple of dimensions there. So anyone who feels like they'd like to tackle that, please do, but don't feel obliged as well if that's something that you'd rather not comment on at this stage. But perhaps if we start this time with Teki, and her thoughts on some of the things that she's heard from her fellow panelists, and also this question about power balances. Could I just ask everyone could I ask everyone just to limit themselves to about a minute, though, just in the interest of time?
Okay. Yeah, especially coming from Africa, the issue about power balances is very real, and so because you would see that most of the technology infrastructure that we are looking at to collect and hold the data are normally coming from outside of our continent. And so it always creates that system and the challenge of who is going to have access to it. Mindful of issues such as Cambridge Analytica and all that, our governments also get rightfully concerned. And of course, we've seen a number of data sovereignty issues coming out of Africa and elsewhere in the world, and these are rightly so. But within this time, I believe that is why it is very important, to collaborate, especially at this time and looking at the emergency situations. Governments must lead, but governments do not have all the resources to enable them roll out some of the appropriate recommendations. And so I clearly agree when we talk about collaboration. The best way to go around these issues are collaboration. I remember my own experience during the Ebola period when I was then working for the Data Protection Commission. There was an issue of how private sector could collaborate with government and, you know, trace movement of individuals. And so we had the opportunity to sit and look at how to ensure that this is done in an appropriate way, right? So if private sector has that right to collect and hold the information, let them hold and only share relevant critical information, and let that information be only accessed by those who need it. So access to that information must be on a need to know basis. And these are some of the frameworks that we must put in place. There's no way that we can do away with the power play in the private sector. I do not believe that any governments anywhere in the world intend, you know, to roll out these large technological platforms. Even if they want to, they would not be able to achieve it today. So the bottom line is collaboration, but that is why we need all the actors to make sure that we are only collecting what they need. It's not going to be misused. As adequate oversight to ensure that the information is only collected for a specific period.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And absolutely, I hear echoes there of, you know, very well established good practice in terms of the idea of data minimization, which is, from what I understand, some of what you were raising there, amongst many other things. But yeah, absolutely. If I could invite Oliver now to come back, and it's good to see your face, Oliver. It's been a long time. I'm glad to see the video working. So please go ahead. Please mind, you're on mute at the moment. And please, as I say, just to remind everyone, just about a minute, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. I just want to follow up on what Teki has just said about the collaboration and the need to work with the private sector. I think more than ever, we need now to work with the private sector. And the reason we have to is that, first of all, collecting of data this time around using the traditional way is not possible. The ones that are responsible for collecting data are not there. So it means we have to leverage on the technology that is available to be able to collect data through other means. Through, you know, for instance, if you're talking about the mobile technological, the mobile telephone companies and so forth, can we use them to to collect data direct from the citizens, as long as the privacy issues are respected, they work within the norms, within the requirements. So I think the collaboration and bringing the private sector really is going to be very critical if we have to win this battle. We have no choice, and that perhaps they will need to hear. They will be the ones that will actually take the lead in terms of providing access and use of data in much more efficient than we've done that before.
Thank you. No, yes, again, it's interesting to have that perspective as well. From, you know, sitting from your position, I can imagine the pressure that you must be under, you know, especially this is hitting in a year which was meant to be a census year for many countries. And we have to, I think, keep that in mind as well, that this, you know, census data is fundamental data to any society. And it's very, very tricky to find the synergy or the balance or whatever we'd like to call it, given the context, between those routine data collection needs and the quite frankly very, very difficult situation that we're currently in. So I completely understand that perspective, and thank you, Oliver, for sharing it. I'd like to invite Dr. Asma to come in at this stage, and then Stuart afterwards. And again, please keep in mind approximately a minute. Thank you.
Thank you. With regard to public-private partnership, again, we need to see as two sides of the coin, as a part of a potential problem, but also part of a solution. We look at the way we are responding to COVID-19, the immediacy of it, but we also need to take a long-range view, and it's not too long if we are to meet the SDGs by 2030. We have only about less than even 10 years now. There are a number of indicators, and we know COVID-19 is not only a health issue, it is also an economic issue. It is also related to many other SDG related topics. So I think principles are important, data principles, data policies that governments and national governments will need to institutionalize, and also best practices. So principles, policies, and practices. And we have already from the continent very good best practices coming out from Zambia, the first country in the world to have collected data on a national level using mobile phones. This is a very good example of a public-private partnership working with the telcos. The second one is Rwanda has demonstrated again how the patient level information can be made available in a secured way and use it to improve the health of the country. Two final points. SDG Global Action Plan has one accelerator called Data and Digital Health. Digital technologies will help us accelerate from now to 2030. And we ought to use the digital technology to speed up not only the data divide, digital divide, but to close that, but also to improve and achieve health-related SDGs. Finally, the point that you made about census, that the time of going house to house, face to face, even data collection might be history very soon, because we have a lot of tools now available. One pitch that I would like to make, while the world collects census, counting people, every woman, child, adult, old, older individual, why not we also gather the health of those individuals? So every 10 years, we have a baseline globally for all countries, minimum information about the health status of the individuals, because there is already a big enterprise that is being invested by the national governments to gather information through census. And a lot of data collection is using the master sample frame from the census, from national statistical organizations. And they have very sound policies and legislative processes in place that are aligned with SDGs and UN SDGs. UN Statistical Commission. So partnering with the national statistical organizations also become extremely important. So those were 3 points. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And I think that's a lot of food for thought. And I'd love to continue that conversation as a side conversation at a later date, because I think that's extremely interesting. So thank you so much, Dr. Asma. And last but absolutely not least, Stuart, if you have any final thoughts as well that you'd like to share on what you've heard.
Sure. Thanks again, Tom, and to all my fellow panelists. I think what I'm hearing across everyone's interventions is that now more than ever, it's important to work together and be clear on what we all bring to the table. As the Center for Humanitarian Data, we're trying to elevate the work of our partners and make sure that people know where to find data and expertise. We have a crisis page on HDX dedicated to this pandemic, where WHO, various NGOs and UN agencies can share their data in one place. Similarly, we've been working with 20 organizations across the sector to develop a frequently asked questions set on the same set of issues that help people hopefully navigate a bit more confidently the very complex challenges around data protection and data responsibility. On your question about power, Tom, I think it's an important provocation to end on, but we should remember that technology amplifies and in some cases creates these imbalances, but certainly in the current crisis, we're seeing it amplify things that existed before. So it's a good opportunity for us to reckon with some of those imbalances, some of those rights infringements that were perhaps in place but dormant or under the radar and now have been thrown into stark relief. We can take this as an opportunity not just to recover, but to build back better than ever before as we look beyond this pandemic.
Thank you very much, Stuart. And with that, I'd like to just thank all of you again for taking the time today out of what are very busy schedules at an incredibly difficult time for all of us. So thank you all very much. I do hope that you're able to stay for the rest of the workshop, but I completely understand, obviously, if not. we will be following up from our side with written summaries, and this recording will be made public so others can listen in afterwards. And I look forward to working with you, hopefully all in future, to see how we can take this conversation forward. So thank you all very much, and I'm going to hand over to Al to take us forward into the second session now.
What a wonderful session that was. It was extremely exciting. I just want to remind everyone, please do tweet as you're going. And if you have any questions or comments, we didn't have very many in the previous session, but if you have questions or comments, please put them down on the Slido. And what we shall make sure is that even if we don't have enough time to respond to it here, we'll make sure that we get the answers posted to you on Slido. So that is going to be an important thing. We're moving straight to our next session. We're about 10 minutes over time with the previous one. We're going to move into our next session, and I'm going to hand over to Sarah to take it away. Sarah, we do not hear you just yet.
I'm talking, can you hear me?
Now we hear you perfectly, thank you.
Okay, wonderful, thank you. I'm Sarah Lucas from the William and Flora Hewlett Foundation. I'm delighted to chair this second panel today. We will end right on time to get us back on track. This session is really focused on the policy and regulatory tools that will be necessary to balance or to synergize, as Teki described, between the upside value of using data to help respond to COVID-19, but while also protecting personal rights and human rights. The session that follows us will focus more concretely on what government agencies need in terms of data and how they can use it safely. And then the final panel is going to talk a lot about the role of civil society and non-governmental actors. So we're going to stack it up in that way. So before we dive in, I would like to introduce the 4 people that will be with us today. I'm going to ask you to introduce yourselves. And, you know, we are, all of us, moving in an uncertain time in the context of COVID-19. None of us knows everything. And in fact, many of us don't know much. And so as you introduce yourselves, I'd like you to do 4 things. 1, what's your name? What institution do you represent today? What is one area of work that you're already doing around data rights and protections and use in the context of COVID? And what is one big question that you're grappling with, or one thing you feel like you don't know enough about on this topic? So let me start, please, with you, Alice.
Hello. It's good morning from my end. It's 6 a.m. in the morning. My name is Alice Munywa with the Mozilla Corporation. I lead Mozilla's policy work in the Africa region. And we've been doing quite a bit of work around privacy and data protection, specifically working with the African Union Commission around developing data protection and privacy principles, and also working with Smart Africa Secretariat around the revision of the Malabo Convention, the African Union Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection. But we haven't, Mozilla itself, we're not really currently doing any work around data and data governance and COVID at the moment. But we are going to be collaborating with the African Data Protection Network, African Data Protection Authorities Network, to come up with a few ways of addressing privacy and data protection. In terms of the one big question on several, that I'm grappling with at the moment related to data governance and rights, it's more my gut worry. I worry that we're going to be tracking everyone or the bulk of people with a smartphone to monitor COVID exposure, and it could go wrong in a myriad of ways. And if done poorly, and if the data falls into the wrong hands, could really go wrong. And a question on whether this kind of tracking is even effective at stopping the spread of the virus, and also the big question around that we could find ourselves inside a huge mass surveillance experiment that has no limit or no returns in terms of public health and safety. So the questions of efficacy and privacy are step one in considering whether or not to roll out, for example, contact tracing. Thank you.
Thank you, Alice. Irungu, may I ask you to go next?
Hi, everybody, and just want to echo the wonderful topics that you've put in front of us all, and I'm hoping that on Facebook and other places people are engaging in this conversation as well. So I'm calling in from Nairobi, Kenya. My name is Irungu Houghton. I'm the Amnesty International Kenya Director, and I guess what we're grappling with is how to build a decentralized distributed platform for monitors to be able to just observe what's happening. We've got a number of different constituencies, human rights defenders in urban settlements. We've got folks that are more interested in the right to housing. We've got folks that are interested in market prices. But actually, how do you get these different constituencies to use one or two tools to be able to generate the kind of data that government needs to be able to see what the pronouncements. I'll give you one example of that. On World Water Day, Amnesty and 20 other organizations, including Open Institute, called for a 90-day moratorium on disconnections of electricity and the call for water to be provided. We actually got a result within 6 days. There was an announcement by the Council of Governors, by the Minister, and various other people that this would indeed be the case. We have no capacity to monitor it on the ground to see actually what's happening and how well that's been observed. What are we grappling with also? We're also grappling, I think, with high levels of violence, fear, anxiety, reckless or non-existent supervision of mandatory quarantine centers. And much of this now, and I'll speak to this, I guess, hopefully in my presentation, there are a lot of opportunities as well.
Great, thank you so much. Frederick, please introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Frédéric Pivetta. I'm a managing partner of Dalberg Data Insights, which is the entity of Dalberg dealing with everything around technology data. So our experience there is that we are leading a few works on COVID using telecom data, but not only telecom data, but also health data. We support on a weekly basis, an almost daily basis, the Belgian government in Europe, and we are obviously in touch with the European Commission on the work that we do. I'm going to talk about it later. We have like a regulatory approach, a governance approach, and a technical approach. And we also support now, we start supporting some African countries as well. Our perspective is really in the health, on the health system at this stage. I mean, we don't really deal with the economic impact on the COVID-19 at this stage. One of the big questions that I have is how to involve more and how to strengthen the health system in Africa, because this is primarily a health crisis at this stage. It's going to become an economic crisis at the later stage. But at this stage, my big question is how to basically strengthen the health system, and how do we connect that with to minimize the economic impact of the COVID crisis as a whole.
Great, thanks, Frederick. Please, over to you, Mike.
Thanks, Sarah. And I just want to quickly say thanks to Al and Tom for organizing this. I really enjoyed the first panel and happy to be here. I'm a fellow at the Center for Global Development, which is a nonprofit based in DC, focused on supporting creation of global solutions to global problems. And we do that through research and engaging on policy. Right now, I'm leading a project that looks at how governments, particularly governments in non-OECD countries, can best balance the social good that comes from having better information with the need to protect individual rights. And since the pandemic has hit, we've kind of shifted our focus on what are the resources, capacities, and policy framework countries need to have in place to responsibly use digital tools as part of a pandemic response. And then building on from this, what are the lessons policymakers can learn from the experimentation that's going on, for good or ill, now in more stable times to support economic growth and development. So the big question I'm grappling with now is, I think we all agree on the principles of necessity and proportionality, that those need to apply to any of the measures that are put in place to combat the crisis. What's less clear to me is how policymakers should go about assessing measures on these on these characteristics of necessity and proportionality in a period of high uncertainty and where the speed of response really matters. Because to know if measures are proportionate to the threat that the virus poses, we first have to know if those measures are effective. And to know whether they're effective will likely require some form of experimentation. So my question is, should policymakers use the same decision frameworks we're familiar with that they might be able to use in more slow-moving events and just do so at greater speed, or do we need to think more about how uncertainty might change the decision?
Yeah, thank you so much, Mike. That's a perfect tee up to the first part of our conversation, which will focus on the policy and regulatory frameworks in place, how they are being applied, and how they might need to change. So in the first session, Teki gave us a great background on data protection laws in Africa right now. She mentioned that 25 countries around the continent have data protection laws. 5 different frameworks are in place around cybersecurity or other things across different regions within Africa. But she really emphasized the point that how these are implemented, particularly in a crisis situation like this, is what matters. And in fact, who is engaging with governments? She made the incredibly important point that governments not only need to lead, but they need to surround themselves with people with cybersecurity expertise, with privacy expertise, with health expertise, data science expertise. So right now we're going to dive into whether those things are happening. And what the landscape really looks like at the country level. So I'd like to start with you, Alice, because you are working across a number of different countries. Help us fill in the picture about the policy and regulatory landscape across Africa, and most importantly, how well equipped or not equipped is it in various countries to manage the balance and synergies that we're trying to achieve in this conversation and in this crisis. Please, Alice.
Thank you, Sarah. And Teki did a really good job of explaining, or rather providing, the landscape across African countries. But we've just collaborated with a professor, and we found out that indeed, actually, the African region is leading the global expansion with. Since 2013, an additional 12 countries have adopted new privacy and data protection laws. So we can say essentially that 58% of African countries, that's 32 out of 55, have enacted data privacy laws as of February 2020, this year. So, and those countries are Cape Verde, Seychelles, Burkina Faso, Mauritius, Tunisia, Senegal, Benin, Morocco, Angola, Gabon, Lesotho, Ghana, Ivory Coast, Mali, South Africa, Madagascar, Malawi and Equatorial Guinea, Sao Tome and Principe, Guinea-Conakry, Mauritania, Algeria, Niger, Botswana, Nigeria, Uganda, Kenya, Congo-Brazzaville, Togo, Egypt, and Zimbabwe. And then we have a few, like a further 5 countries that have official bills under consideration at the moment. And then on top of that, Teki did mention the African Union Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection, which has so far been signed by only 14 countries and ratified by only 4. And then in addition, then we have the regional blocs that have invested efforts in ensuring that data protection and privacy are prioritized. So SADC and ECOWAS and the East African Community. How well equipped, and Teki was right when she said that the problem with having laws, data protection laws, but in the absence of data protection authorities means that we really don't have an empowered or independent data protection authority to enforce these laws or to develop guidelines for that matter. And so that while we have nearly 58% of countries with privacy data protection laws, there's hardly any type of enforcement at the moment in more than half of those. And that actually is the challenge, especially now with COVID. And so far, very few countries, South Africa, Morocco, Ghana, and others have actually come up with direction or guidelines around how to deal with collection and processing of data around this time. And so that in itself is a huge problem because COVID-19 surveillance and data-based tracking interventions are also being effected in haste and with really very limited precedent and oversight mechanisms. And in fact, there's a study on the use of big data in containing Ebola, which found that plenty of evidence, of misuse and abuse of data and technological tools. And so the fear of function creep, especially when it comes to the so-called social graphs and spying on citizens and surveillance mission creep, without really having data protection authorities to protect individuals' rights, becomes a really huge concern at the moment.
Yeah, that is such helpful background and a really nice tee up for Irungu, because Kenya, I think, is in exactly the situation that you've described, Alice, which is having recently passed a data protection law, but not yet having the authorities in place. So Irungu, I would like to hear from you, kind of how do you see the policy context in the Kenya situation? And is the government, as Teki recommended, surrounding itself with the right kind of people to think about the balancing act that needs to be in place, despite perhaps the formal authorities not yet being in place to do that?
Yeah. So for those of you who've been following what's been happening in Kenya over the last year or so, we've had a raft of legal amendments that have expanded mass surveillance and also digital registration. And at some point, the government adopted attempted to actually consider collecting DNA on citizens, as well as adapting the census last year to include personally identifiable questions, which was historic in many ways. Good news was that at the end of the year, the Data Protection Act was basically enacted, and it is an extremely good piece of legislation. And as Amnesty, we're very happy with it. But unfortunately, it hasn't really been rolled out. It wasn't rolled out before COVID. We have no commissioner, data protection commissioner. It's not publicly understood by many Kenyans. And one of the interesting things that's also kind of conflating this problem, or this moment, I guess, is the attempt to have digital biometric registration last year, and millions of people registered. Has not yielded anything. There are no new identity numbers. And in a time like COVID, it could have been a very powerful tool for being able to either triangulate with cell phones and e-money and distribute social protection financing at a time like this to people that require it. Just to give you a sense of the other dynamic that we're dealing with at the moment, the minister in charge of devolution declared that 1 out of every 2 recipients of social protection support, and this is largely vulnerable and elderly people across Kenya, 1 out of 2 were fraudulent recipients. So 50% of our social protection capacity is just going down some hole somewhere in this country. So there is a real, I guess, a real sadness on my part that to some extent, we've not been able to put in the mechanisms and the policies and have them ready for a time just like this. I think, as Alice said, the danger of mass digital surveillance is there. Fortunately, from what we can see so far, it's largely been a targeted use of surveillance, particularly for people who've come into contact with persons who have COVID-19. So it's not being used more broadly than that. But essentially, it's been used to identify people who have refused to come forward when required by the authorities.
Thank you, Irungu. And I'm interested to hear just quickly if you are in contact with other colleagues at Amnesty offices across Africa. Is there any different story emerging in any country that you want to highlight quickly?
Yeah, I mean, we released, I think about a month ago, some very clear guidelines on data protection and the right to privacy. What I hear from some of the colleagues is similar kind of arguments, like, really acknowledgement governments just don't know enough about people living in poverty. They don't know whether to go for cash transfers or e-vouchers. They have no way of, slightly left comment here, but they have no way of even policing or protecting our wildlife in our parks without rangers. And if you don't have tourism and if you don't have revenue, then you can't really keep thousands of rangers looking after the big five lions and so on. So there's a way in which the system is just not able to work without the kind of revenue that it requires. Whereas actually, if we had created, for example, the use of drones, the use of remote sensing and so on, this would have been much easier in this moment. But I think just so that I don't leave people feeling, woeful and depressed, I think for me, the big opportunity is that, government has kind of acknowledged that they don't know enough about the people that they govern. Secondly, I've seen a number of really great initiatives within communities where town halls are being held, virtual town halls are being held, where in the past it would have been difficult to get 15 or 20 people to meet. These virtual town halls organized by Zoom with a couple of Zoom bombing has actually led to 100 people joining these conferences on all kinds of discussions. And then the last one that I'd like to share a little bit is, it's a bit like a pandemic or a crisis really brings humanity out. There is a sense of generosity, there is a sense of conviction at times like this. What we've seen is, real-time reporting on human rights violations has gone up dramatically. I mean, it's amazing what comes through on WhatsApp these days. And using social media, we've seen cases like the one of Echo, a young man who rushed out to get emergency medicine for his wife, was then caught by the police, refused to give a bribe. He was then taken into mandatory quarantine and would have faced 14 days. He was released within 24 hours as a result of the work of people like Boniface Mwangi and others online. So there is a real opportunity, I think, to generate active citizenship in this moment also.
Thank you for that little glimmer of hope. Frederick, let me turn to you. You're working, as you mentioned, not only with European countries, but with some African countries on the question of data use under COVID. So tell us what you're learning. What are you seeing is and is not in place at the national level in the countries you're working with that can help govern this situation?
Yeah, so thank you very much, Sarah. So I would like maybe to separate my answer in two pieces. One is about the health crisis and the other one is about the economic crisis. Because I don't think that these two phases or these two types of crises could be handled the same way or should be handled the same way. On the health crisis, I can tell you that at this stage, there is no real need for individual data. I mean, when you look at the curve and the evolution over time of the spread of the disease, there are different stages. One stage is to try to contain the disease. Another stage is to try to have like an exit strategy. And the third stage is probably going more into the direction of an eradication, while we probably know that there's never going to be a full eradication. And depending on what subphase of that you are in, you need different types of data. I would say that on the containment phase, I mean, very macro telecom data are more than enough. In an exit strategy phase, what matters more is having more micro level data. Micro level data is basically, for instance, telecom data on the antenna level, but it could be many other things. The health data that you need to predict the spread of a disease do not need to be individual. I mean, you can have them per zip code, per geography, whatever the thing is. And then when it comes to the eradication phase, which is not, as I said, an eradication, maybe, yes, there we go into a contact tracing app, as we call it. And many people go completely crazy about the contact tracing app. Frankly, this is not a silver bullet and it's not going to solve the thing. Far from it. And there are different types of technologies that you can use. For instance, you can have apps using only Bluetooth. You don't need to track anyone there. The only thing that is going to tell you is whether you cross the path of somebody who has COVID, who has had COVID in the past. But basically, and then other technologies are more like GPS driven, and then indeed, yeah, you can track people. But as you see, you can keep the GDPR framework, which is pretty strict. And indeed, there is no DPA in place, so there is no data protection agency or authority in place in many countries. But first of all, you have a lot of European companies involved into that. They are submitted by GDPR, by the way. The telecom operators have a reputation as well. We use it so that we make sure that we don't go into much privacy violation. I mean, by too much into privacy violation, I mean that we can respect the privacy of people, we can anonymize data, we can aggregate data, and come up with some meaningful insights from them for all the different phases that I was talking about. So you see, for the health crisis, I truly believe that you don't need to go into individual data, you don't need to go into violating privacy. There's no reasons for that that are objective enough so that it pushes you into that direction. When it comes to the economic crisis, indeed, that's another topic. And it's another topic because then what you are doing is like you are trying to build like a social security network somehow, a social security net, for the people, basically. And then indeed you need to try to individualize the impact, because depending on your own situation, we're going to make a cash transfer or not. So yes, there you might have like some questions around privacy, and you will have some questions around privacy. But at this stage, where we talk mostly about the health crisis, I truly believe that you don't need to go too much into individual data. You can already say a lot and help the governments manage the health crisis by having more macro data.
And Frederick, since you are quite fluent on European policy issues, I want to ask something that has come up in the Slido questions. Somebody posted the question that the pan-European privacy this is a tongue twister. The pan-European privacy preserving proximity tracing helps interrupt new chains of virus transmission and respects privacy. Is this something that could be used more broadly?
Yes, it could be used more broadly, and then the technology that's going to be attached to that is the Bluetooth technology that I mentioned before. So basically, it doesn't need to track you. It doesn't need to know where you are and who you are. The only thing is you download the app on your phone, and some other people download the app on their phone. And if you got infected, the other people around you get a message, hey, you crossed the path of somebody who has been infected by the COVID-19. That's more or less the idea and the underlying technology that is used. But again, it needs to go hand in hand with a good and an accurate testing strategy, because these two things are really, really linked.
Yeah, thank you. All right, Mike, I'm going to ask you to now build on Frederick and help us put what is happening in Africa and the policy frameworks available there into a broader context around policy frameworks that you see in Europe and elsewhere. And really, I want you to focus on this question about what has crisis, not just this crisis, but crisis response in general, taught us about data protection frameworks and where they succeed and fail.
Great, thanks, Sarah. So I guess, I will focus on GDPR since it really is the gold standard that other countries are striving to catch up to. And the points made by Teki and Alice earlier, it's not, I won't be referring just to the laws in place, there's also the need for the authorities that are attached to enforcing those laws. So when I say GDPR, I'm referring not only to the regulation, but also kind of the infrastructure around.
I think most people know what GDPR is, but just describe it, spell it out and describe it for anybody who's listening in that doesn't.
So the General Data Protection Regulation that guides what all member states in the EU, the authorities that they have in place, and the requirements that companies and EU governments have in place on the use of data, but particularly I think here we're more interested in personal data, the limitations around that. And I think for me, the most important lesson that's coming out of this pandemic very early on is that robust data protection frameworks like the GDPR demonstrated enough flexibility to allow for useful innovation in a very short time frame. And for me, particularly coming from the United States, that's a valuable finding, because one of the main critiques of GDPR here is that it would slow innovation by reducing access to data and constraining its use. And that just hasn't been the case. In part, to Frederick's points, many companies have been able to generate the insights they need through collection and processing measures consistent with GDPR requirements. And then you have other cases where member states have made use of emergency powers that are laid out in the GDPR and the e-privacy directive that allow the prohibition on processing sensitive personal information without consent to be lifted for reasons of public interest, including health and security. If you go all the way back to March 19th, which seems several years ago now, the European Data Protection Board issued a statement that reasserted the ability of member states to make use of these emergency powers as long as the measures they sought to put in place were proportionate and reversible. And Of course, since then, many member states have introduced legislation to that effect. So I think we've seen is that the framework is by design kind of bending, but not breaking in the face of a fast-moving crisis. And I think you can actually push it further in arguing that the GDPR is not only allowing for innovation during the crisis, but it's also made innovation actually probably easier to carry out than it would be in countries that don't have a strong framework in place. And that's because it draws a clear line on the appropriate use and reuse of data. And even though that line may bend during periods of emergency, both companies and individuals know what those limitations are, right? So that builds trust, and it also builds trust in the ability of companies to understand what their liabilities might be and how to move forward with useful innovation. In countries where you don't have a comprehensive data protection law, or you have weaker enforcement, or data protection authorities actually don't have much authority, people will be left guessing where that line is. Companies will be left guessing how they can actually share and use data. And I think, Frederick pointed to the debates that are playing out now on the use of contact tracing apps. I share his skepticism for many reasons, but I do think there's probably enough promise in the tools to at least consider how these approaches could be carried out in a privacy-preserving manner. And I think what you find is that in the EU, there's a lively debate that involves academics, technology firms, civil society, and government officials, including DPAs, about what the best approach might be. Whereas in other countries, I'm not seeing the same level of debate. I'm seeing maybe the first three groups, maybe in academia, maybe in civil society, but governments are engaging largely behind closed doors, to the extent they're engaging at all in these debates, and that is just not the path to building trust.
Yeah, I mean, whether governments are engaging with doors open or closed is a really nice transition to the next section of our conversation, which is really around trust and accountability. And Arungo, I loved how you opened your remarks or closed your remarks in the last section to say that we have a real opportunity here because governments are acknowledging that they don't know enough about the people that they govern, and that there is this sense of civic engagement and kind of rapid attention to human rights violations and hopefully data privacy violations in this context. So we have a moment of opportunity to foster trust and accountability here. But the questions that we're getting from Slido are filled with people skeptical about whether governments will actually comply with trust and accountability in this circumstance because of emergency orders that they're putting in place and otherwise. And so I'd like to take our conversation now to one about what do governments need to do, particularly in Africa, to foster trust, not only in complying with laws or beginning to implement laws that are on the books, but in terms of how they communicate, in terms of how they promise to wind down any sort of emergency approaches that they put in place in data use. And the point that you made, Mike, about proportionality, and that proportionality of use is easier to achieve when the lines are clear as they are in the GDPR. But as we've heard from Alice and Teki, those lines aren't clear in a lot of countries right now. And so what does trust and accountability look like in how governments behave in the next period in order for citizens to feel safe about how their data are being used? So I actually want to stick with you, Mike, and just help us before we dive into country detail here, help us with the big picture. Why do transparency and accountability matter so much? And what are some examples of how they can be achieved?
Sure, and I'll be a little more brief so I'm not droning on and losing listeners. And I think maybe these points are quite obvious for everyone who's tuning into the discussion, but start with the most obvious point, which is that over the last decade, people have become suspicious of both corporate use and at times government use of personal data for very good reasons based on past abuses, and that this is a global phenomenon. And that this lack of trust makes people less willing and less comfortable to share their information. And this is particularly salient when it comes to public health, because the warier people are about how their health information is used, the less likely they are to interact with the healthcare system. And obviously that has knock-on effects for public good and public welfare. And in addition, many of the digital tools that we're debating now require opting in. So this lack of trust will directly influence whether these tools can be used effectively or not. And I think accountability and transparency can help governments achieve 3 goals in this crisis. First, most simply, is just to guard against abuse. The second is to prevent the mission creep that Alice referred to, ensure the tools that we put in place to combat the crisis are not used for other purposes later. And third, increase public trust so you can actually have effective use of digital tools. How can government get there? Again, stating the obvious, it's not a flick of the switch and it's not a single policy. Trust is generated through repeated interaction. Having a comprehensive data protection law will help. It's not enough. It's a basis from which to build. I don't have time and I don't want to go through all the measures that are under discussion, but I will point to one document that I found incredibly useful. Came out earlier this week from the Ada Lovelace Institute. It's got a kind of quirky title called Exit Through the App Store, but it's a really comprehensive look at the social and technical considerations raised by digital tools under discussion, including symptom tracking, contact tracing, immunity certifications, and a few others. And I think the recommendations fall into kind of 2 groups. And I think broadly, most recommendations in this space fall into 2 groups. The first deal with ways to embed accountability in legislation related to the crisis response. And these legislations would set out clear limitations how data can be used during the crisis, including limited purpose for data processing, limit who has access to data and for what purpose, require deletion of data after specified periods, and require an impact assessment for all the technical measures put in place to respond to the crisis. And then the second category are the measures you would take to build accountability by opening the use of digital tools to greater scrutiny. And that could include standing up advisory committees, which importantly would not just be scientific experts and public health experts, but should also be staffed by civil society representatives and data protection experts that can both advise on how these approaches are designed and implemented, but also on a rolling basis evaluate how these tools are being used. And then when we're talking about specific applications, it's also, I think, important to, whenever possible, make the source code publicly available to broaden the level of scrutiny that's possible. So I think I'll end just by kind of restating Techie's point is that we already know the principles at play. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. We just need to adhere to those principles, keep the bar for technical solutions very high, and make sure we have kind of effective scrutiny and oversight throughout the pandemic response.
So Rungu, tell us how this is playing out in Kenya. You already told us that there have been several months of what feel like quite invasive policies put in place around data use and surveillance, including a lot of debate around digital ID. So it sounds like trust and accountability are not in the best starting point right now in Kenya. So what do you see as the key issues going forward? And is the Kenyan government or anybody around them doing the kinds of things that Mike just described in order to foster trust and accountability in this very difficult time?
Well, I mean, I think the first, I think, in terms of trust and confidence, that the government had the best intentions of citizens in rolling out these different initiatives. That still remains to be seen. There were 4 million people who did register for Huduma Number, I have to say also, out of the, what is about a 10% of the population, if we believe the Ministry of Interior, who managed the, there's no independent verification of this, but that's the number we've been given. I think the challenge really has been kind of threefold. One, I think the tendency at certain points to over-criminalize people for not following the public health guidelines. Every time it happens, it just damages our public faith in the system. And then the second one really is, stigmatization, and the stigma that comes with being a person with COVID has been a major issue for many people. Having said that, I think the government has, on the whole, really responded quite well to the pandemic. They have been very active in terms of giving information to the public. The public health guidelines have been shared quite publicly. There's been restraint, at the least at the level of the Ministry of Health. As I mentioned earlier, the mandatory quarantine centers were mismanaged in the most part. But generally speaking, I think the government has acted restraint. I think what I've enjoyed seeing really is that the restraint that they have held when the country has called for 2 things. One is a total, complete lockdown of the country, all 47 counties, and a cessation of any movement whatsoever. they have resisted that time and time again, and essentially just told people, please stay at home and stay at home, particularly during the curfew from 7 p.m. to 5 a.m. in the morning. The second thing has really been a public demand for the outing of persons who are positive or who have COVID-19. And they have said very publicly that they will not share those names, they will not divulge the identities of the people. And you know, we saw why this was the case. Our first, I guess, patient 0 or patient 1, a young woman by the name of Brenda, when she went through, survived and recovered from the, you know, we just lost, I think, as the plot on this one, and conversations rather that we know of, and that she survived. So I think the issue around privacy is a critical issue, and in this case, I think government has been ahead of the large numbers of the public on this.
Wow, that's really wonderful and welcome news. Thank you. I'm going to turn to you now, Frederick, and ask again, based on the experiences that you're having with a number of country governments, what kinds of commitments are you seeing and communication are you seeing from governments that are really going a long way or even a little way to foster transparency and accountability about how they'll use data during the COVID response? And some specific examples, if you have them, would be great.
Yeah, so basically there are two types, and I'm going to be a bit broader than just the government, because I think that the private sector has a role to play here. But from a government perspective, what to do, the commitment that I saw, for instance, was the setting up of an ethics committee involving people that are experts in their domain. Could be a philosopher, could be an epidemiologist, could be many other things. And having such a strong governance in place helps a lot to create transparency and helps a lot to create a trust environment and trustful environment. And so that's one example of a commitment that some governments have made. Obviously, at some point in time, as it was raised, because this is a crisis, some governments might take the opportunity to go a little bit too far into violating privacy, into privacy and violating privacy. As I said before, I don't think that is needed in the context of the health crisis, but that's more of a kind of an institutional issue. It has not much to do with the health crisis as such. And then when it comes to the private sector, as I said as well, I mean, the private sector, what I've seen, has been pushing very much to put in place some limitations in terms of the usage of data themselves, because they have a reputation to protect. And they have a long-term game in the country. They have customers, and it matters to them that people trust them. And so because a lot of private corporations are sharing the data with the government, because we talk in countries where the governments do not have a lot of data directly from the digital environment, these private corporations are pushing themselves for some regulation or for some technical approaches. I'll just give you an example that we have seen. For instance, it's not only that we anonymize it, that they want to anonymize the data, it's also that they will not provide any data on any location with less than 30 people, so that it allows to prevent any re-identification of the individuals. So I'm not saying that, again, there's not going to be any violation of privacy. What I'm saying is that it's more like an institutional issue in the country, that this crisis might accelerate in a way or another. There are some limitations that we, as a community, international community, can put, like setting up an ethics committee, a strong governance in place in the way the government is using the data. And the second element and a second angle is from the private sector itself. They want to put some limitations because they have a long-term game in the country, and there are some ways, either technical ways or legal ways, that the private sector would like to push.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, it's so great to see some concrete examples here. And, you know, the first point that you've made about setting up ethics committees, I mean, this is exactly the point that Teki has made, right? Like, the key is government surrounding themselves with the right people to make decisions. all of the questions that we're getting from audience members in the Slido are about the balancing act between the tracing and privacy, particularly when we don't know whether tracing is very effective, between implementing state of emergency from the public health perspective versus personal privacy and protections. So we are going to close this session with one last round of comments from each of you to say anything you haven't yet said about what governments really need to do to strike a balance going forward and what role you'd like to see your institution play in that, or if you'd like to comment on any of the other things that your colleagues here have said. Irungu, I'm going to start with you because I know you have to hop off, and then I'll come around to each of you for any closing remarks. Thank you, Irungu, over to you.
Thank you very much, Sarah. And again, thank you to the panel. I have a date with the Inspector General's spokesperson of the National Police Service in 5 minutes on Facebook, but I'm not going to tell you where the link is so that nobody comes off this call. So I had a couple of points. One is that, I think it's a huge moment really for active, to catalyze active citizens to take more interest in governance issues. It's a great opportunity really to think through these issues, not really as kind of very isolated silos of disciplines, health, education, food security, but really to kind of bring these all together in some kind of an inclusive conversation. I think one of the great things that, one of the things I was left present to is being called onto a call by 8-year-old children, and it was a Zoom call, and they'd been using this Zoom call to do their homework and to essentially go through classes. And they watched a sad case of a young 13-year-old boy called Yassid Moyo, who was shot by police officers on a balcony of his home. And it went, this story has gone international. And they saw the story, saw me on television and asked their parents to call me. And they found my telephone number, and then they asked me to go on a call with them with a number of questions, and they had questions like, why do police officers laugh when they're beating people? Why doesn't the president arrest these officers? I asked them to write letters. They all wrote letters. And yesterday I went to the family of Yassid Moyo's homestead and gave those letters to his mother and his father. And I'm going to have the opportunity to read the letters to the Inspector General, which was my other request, in about 10 minutes time. I may have let the cat out of the bag, but I don't think the police are watching this. But what I think for me, really what I'm present to really is how do we bring the data techies together with ordinary citizens and give them the tools to be able to crowdsource what's happening in their communities at a time like this. And not just crowdsource and monitor, but really speak back to duty bearers at this point. So I'll stop there and thank everybody with the apology that I will leave to go on to the next call. All the best, everybody.
Thank you so much. Kenya is lucky to have you right now in this incredibly important time.
Thank you.
Frederick, let me turn to you for any closing remarks, particularly around striking the balance among these very different issues, and also any responses to your colleagues who've spoken.
Yeah, thank you, Sarah. So basically, there are two types of stakeholders that are starting to be engaged into society more and more. One, the private sector, and the other one, citizens. And this is a tremendous opportunity to create like data and tech ecosystems in many countries so that you can bring the institutions of your country to the next level, not only from a legal and regulatory perspective, but also from a digital perspective. And so the way I see this crisis is that it's an opportunity as well to create a more digitized state somehow. But you need to engage with the private sector because they hold a lot of data. You need to engage with the citizens because they're willing to share the data in a way or another. For instance, I saw some polls saying like 60% of the individuals of citizens in Europe are willing to share the data for this crisis, 60%, but they don't have like a framework. They have a framework, but not really a really clear framework for that. So let's think about like what could be the technical or legal framework beyond GDPR so that we can create this digital ecosystem involving the private sectors and the private sector and also the individual citizens. I think that's for me the opportunities for the future that can come out of this crisis.
Thank you so much. It's really wonderful also to hear kind of the opportunity lens on this crisis. Mike, over to you, and then Alice, I'm going to ask you to close after Mike.
Sure, so I'll just build on kind of what Arungu closed with. And I think there's very, very few positive things that will come out of this pandemic, but one that might come out of it and that Arungu was pointing to is it's an opportunity to kind of speed up learning and improve data literacy broadly. And his comments made me think of a talk I saw from a woman named Teresa Scazza, who's a data privacy scholar in Canada, pointing to the debates happening in Canada around sidewalk labs in Toronto, one of the kind of the first fully fledged programs around a smart city. And it was a very headline grabbing project. And one of her takeaways was, because this project grabbed so many headlines and grabbed the attention of Canadians, not only in Toronto, but across the country, that it led to a lot more literacy around these issues, right? Canadians could speak about, some data privacy issues at a very literate level. And then she pointed to what's happening in other countries, what we would, I think, call mission creep, surveillance creep. It's something, you leave the frog in the boiling, or lobster, frog or lobster in the boiling water, and they just sit there, they get warm, and they don't notice the changes that are happening. But this crisis is forcing us to reckon with how important digital tools may be or may not be. And this points to the debate around contact tracing apps. So I think that they get outsized attention, probably, compared to what their level of effectiveness will ultimately be. But they're getting attention, and it's forcing the debate. And I've kind of had problems in the past with what I've seen as a sometimes reactionary stance by the responsible data use community on pushing back against any technological solutions. But I do think that their heightened vigilance on these issues is really kind of carrying the day and paying dividends in these debates. And I think most of the debates we're having is a positive reflection of where societies are going on their literacy around these issues.
Thank you so much, Mike. And Alice, I'm going to turn to you to close, and I want to flag a question that we've gotten through the Slido, which I think just embodies the tension that we all feel around this. We've gotten a lot of questions from people about concerns about overexuberance around contact tracing and things of that nature. But we also just got a question from somebody saying, could browsers and social media data be used for fighting the pandemic? For example, reporting young people having parties during lockdowns. So that's actually potentially an intrusion of privacy of people who are making unwise choices in the public health realm. And so help us get our minds around this. This is a challenging set of trade-offs. So I'm looking to you to close us off with just the perfect guidance on balance heretofore.
Yes, and thank you for that question. Really, yes, it's quite an interesting balance here that we have to address. And going back to ensure, to thinking about ensuring digital privacy is not just a matter of technology, but also a matter of rules, policy, oversight, stewardship. So getting privacy right, making sure we don't slide into unprecedented surveillance of society at large, requires that we develop really smart approaches to governing any technology we put in place to tackle the pandemic, but also appropriately navigating the balance between disease surveillance on one end and rights on the other. I believe will really provide valuable learning on good data governance practices that will help us solve quite a number of challenges and also inform policies, while at the same time respecting individual rights. But you could say that the reverse could be true as well. If governments abuse data and botch up the coronavirus surveillance effort, they will undermine citizens' trust in data-based initiatives. And this is particularly true in the African context, where digital rights are still under threat. Data protection is misunderstood, like Irungu noted, and public participation in data protection and privacy is low. And so, earlier, my earlier co-panelists mentioned that having that clear wind down for extraordinary practices and transparently publishing plans for winding down is helpful. even though it's made trickier, obviously, by the fact that, you know, you have a combined government and private sector working together that are not necessarily involved in emergency measures. So transparency is needed from all entities involved, you know, who touch on any of this sensitive data. And also, you know, to remember that accountability is much broader than just winding down. You know, it's also a matter of accountability to the loosened limits and norms within this extraordinary time that we find ourselves. So, you know, a cadence of regular public reporting from both the private and public sector, and an explicit, perhaps independent funded operation that can hold both public and private sectors accountable, deliver public reports, include complete and accurate information on these reports, and specific, you know, obligations. And finally, you know, wanting to really encourage governments to follow guidance from independent data protection authorities, and for example, authorities in South Africa, Mali, Morocco. You know, we've seen, you know, good practice also coming from Mexico, Argentina, and the European Union, among others. That, you know, they have published helpful guidelines for dealing with the use of both health data in compliance with data protection laws. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alice, for closing us out. And you have reminded us so clearly that the COVID-19 crisis is either an opportunity for showing the value of governments using data in the public good, or an opportunity for major reversals in public trust of how governments use data and who they surround themselves with, and what policies and practices and promises they lean on will really carry the day here. And we have a lot to learn together. So I'm grateful to Al and Tom and everybody on this session that our eyes are on this for the coming months. And I look forward in 6 months or so to hear the lessons that we have learned and to understand which way we've gone. So back over to you, Al and Tom, for the next session. Thanks, everyone.
Wonderful session that was. And just as I was listening to us talking about this balance between the over-exuberance of government in collecting data and the necessity of collecting data so that we can fight this pandemic. On my other screen, I just got forwarded on WhatsApp a piece of news that told me that countries like Rwanda are using drones to take pictures and to take video of people who are not, staying home when they're supposed to. Now, what is most interesting, according to the person who has sent this to me, is what if they continue using this measures even after COVID is not a crisis anymore. And this is perhaps the most interesting question that we have to deal with. We are happy that most of the panelists for the next session are here. We have Diana Gishengo from the Kenya Human Rights Commission. We have Margaret Muliwa from Ford Foundation. We have Stefan. Stefan, I don't know how to pronounce your last name, so you'll teach me today. Who from Governance Lab, GovLab, at New York University, and all of them are going to be moderated by Davis. So I'm going to be asking, please switch on your videos now, and Davis, please feel free to now take it away.
Thank you so much, Alkags, for that introduction. And on your last point on what's happening in Rwanda, let me just say that during this crisis time, governments are learning, and they're learning a lot within a very short time. So it's also upon us as non-state actors and other actors, private sector, to also learn very quickly to keep up the pace. And obviously think about how we are going to adapt and devise the strategies for engaging with government beyond this current crisis. So thank you so much for putting this together. It's a really timely discussion. And of course, we really hope that, beyond this discussion, we can have some form of engagement that helps us to learn in real time as we go, because everybody's grappling with this whole thing. And I'd also encourage everyone to also put themselves in the, sort of the situation calls for us also wearing the shoes of government and seeing where, where is all this going? When you're confronted with this kind of crisis and it's going to affect the whole nation, this is not about deploying tanks or deploying the state machinery because the enemy is invisible. What do you do? I can just imagine what's going on within government and all the confusion, the competition, people wanting to be really seen, and of course, presented with so many different challenges given the limited resources that we have. So for this particular session, we're going to discuss how do we practically wind down the use of highly sensitive data like individuals' location data by state security agencies and other administrative departments of governments, as we start to think operationally about how to responsibly manage sensitive data. And we've had a lot in the last two sessions, really critical points about policy, regulatory frameworks, and other ways that we can engage. What are the questions and issues that we should be aware of? And of course, from a more operational decision-making point of view, which government bodies and state agencies actually need data? Because that was the point that Frederick was also making. Who actually needs data and who needs the insights that are gleaned from data? I think making that distinction can also help us to sort of think about what are the privacy concerns that people may have and how do we address those to make sure that we have the right checks for the right people. And again, don't inhibit government and other stakeholders' ability to provide the necessary support that's actually needed, because ultimately we want to see this whole COVID business gone in a couple of months, fingers crossed. So today we have discussants, and I would like to quickly introduce my panelists. Just say your name and organization, and then we can pick it up from there. Thank you. Over to you, Stefan.
Thanks, Davis, and thanks to Tom and Al for having me. I'm Stefan Verhulst. I'm the co-founder of GovLab, which is an action research center here in New York, and we focus on how do we improve the way we make decisions leveraging new technologies.
Thank you, Stefan. Margaret?
Thank you, Davis. My name is Margaret Liwa. I work for the Foundation Office of Eastern Africa. And ideally what we do is we advance more equitable and inclusive technology and systems, laws and norms to most of the social justice organizations.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Bernard. Over to you.
Hi, I'm Bernard. I work with the Kenya Human Rights Commission, a non-government organization that is based in Kenya with a mission of a human rights society. And I'm very happy to be part of this panel.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Bernard. Welcome to all of you. Now, maybe to start with Stefan. We've had a lot from the two, actually 3 previous sessions about, the stuff that all these different stakeholders and the experiences that each one of them is actually going through. Now, the story sometimes tends to be very different at the more operational level. And Stefan, you've had the opportunity to engage a wide group of stakeholders across the world who are engaged in the day-to-day practice of what's actually happening. And it would be nice to hear from you, the difference between the agencies that need the data and the insights that are gleaned from data. How can we build in checks and balances over data use into the response that makes clearly this distinction, but more importantly, limits the potential for misuse. Thank you.
Great, David. So, well, that's a big question, and I will try to answer it by focusing on a topic that we've been working on, and that might add value to all the brilliant insights that already have been shared in the 2 other panels. I mean, it's always hard to come as the 3rd panel and then actually add any kind of new insight, especially as it relates to the principles that should apply with regard to data reuse. But as you mentioned, for the last few weeks, we've been engaging with a whole variety of stakeholders in order to really try to understand how can we make data collaborations, because we do believe, and it has been emphasized in the first panel as well, is that this ultimately needs to be approached through a set of partnerships between those that need the data and those that can act upon the data, but also that those that have the data and the expertise to make sense of it. And so what we have been focusing on is how do we make this in a more systematic, sustainable, and responsible way. And part of that was a call for action, but also part of it was actually trying to get a sense of what is happening in the space. And what we have seen is a massive energy that has been unlocked in order to really try to step up and generate insights. And so we have a living repository for those that are interested, with now more than 200 initiatives that we have documented that are leveraging data to contribute insights with regard to COVID-19. And one of the big messages that perhaps for this panel might be important is that while we see this massive energy, we actually have no real sense of what are the top priority questions that we all should seek to answer. I mean, everyone is starting from the data, or everyone is starting from, we need more data collection, whether it's for tracing or it's for other purposes. But what we don't have is actually transparency with regard to what are the 10, 20, 30, 40, whatever number priority questions that policymakers are currently struggling with, or, by the way, should ask, because what we see happening, it's not just capacity on the supply side that is quite often lacking. There's also clear capacity on the demand side to know what data could do for them. And so what we have been advocating for, and what we are starting to work on, is actually a prioritization of the questions, and also a clear formulation of what question matters for what purpose, and what would you do differently if you would have answers to those questions, and who would be responsible to actually act when the insight is being generated. And so my first, perhaps, Davis, suggestion would be is to really, and this could be a WHO, or it could be an HDX, it could be any kind of enterprise, or it could be a collective, to really start prioritizing and listing the top questions that matter. And of course, these might be different according to the locality, but surprise, surprise, many of them are similar. And that's important to then give a clear signal to the data ecosystem on how they can help start answering those questions. So it's also a better way of actually tapping into in a more efficient way, to tapping into the energy that is out there, because there is no shortage of duplication at the moment happening. It also will allow for actually sharing of models, because certain questions are already being answered, and you could actually share models in order to then answer those questions in different settings. And so you would not only share data, but you will also start sharing models towards answering those questions. In some cases, that would lead to automation of answering, as opposed to the heavy-handed kind of customization of many of those data initiatives that we have. And it also, and coming to the data rights, it also would really indicate what's the minimum viable data point. I mean, there's been a lot of discussion about proportionality, but you cannot have a proportionality if you don't know what's the question that you seek to answer and what's the minimum viable data point that you need to have. And then I will end by saying that it also would allow for understanding, and the first panel already reflect on that, is that it's not about what data, it's also, and what question, it's about who is asking the question and who is benefiting from the insight from the question. And I think it would also allow for a discussion about what questions are not posed that actually need to be posed from a human rights or from an equity point of view. I mean, there are many issues in the current crisis that impact people differently. And unless we actually have questions that matter to those individuals and that can inform how to address some of those equities, it will be, the use of data will again benefit only a certain set of groups in society. So we not only need data rights, we actually need question rights. We need rights to be able to ask your question and have someone or an ecosystem answer those as well. And so that would be my first reaction to you, Davis, with regard to your question, is that it actually would help to know what are the questions that are currently or should be prioritized. They will differ according to the stage of the the pandemic. But absent that transparency, everyone is going on a trajectory, producing insight, but how does it add up? And how do we then know whether we actually can share insights and models in a manner that is far more effective and also data protective, because it will inform the limitations on the data.
Thanks, Stefan. And maybe just quickly, who should be doing this, asking the questions, formulating them, you know, assuming that, you know, in the next couple of months, you know, the pandemic is over and it is behind us. We've had in the previous sessions that the main concern is that a lot of governments, you know, and agencies will continue to use the same systems and the same, you know, data collection processes, mechanisms, etc. technology, you know, to continue doing things that may not be relevant, you know, beyond the crisis. Thanks.
Yeah, well, that's where collective intelligence comes in. And so from my point of view, I think it's very important to set up like a cohort of both experts and those that represent particular kind of actors in or parts of society, or also, of course, those that can act upon the data. And I think we need to have that cohort of or we call typically bilinguals, which are people that have a domain expertise, but also understand what the data and the value of data could be to their domain and the impact and the implications of data. And so we need to develop that cohort that then formulates the questions, that they can also assess what are the ethical implications of actually even asking the question. I mean, too often we spend too often we spend time on the ethical impact of using insight, but we should actually have, anyway, that question or that reflection much earlier in the life cycle of data, which is what is the ethical implication of answering or even posing the question. And so having that kind of cohort of collective expertise, I think would benefit. And again, this could be diverse, it could be regionally organized, but I think that's really what would make a big difference here.
Thank you so much. Margaret, I'm coming to you. You, as the Ford Foundation in East Africa, you do work with a broad range of and a diverse group of organizations. And just finding ourselves in this particular position with the COVID-19, you know, from a personal perspective, organizational perspective, you know, really, of course, in the course of working and engaging with all these different organizations, there must be mechanisms in place that, you know, guard against the misuse of data. In the context of the COVID-19 response, really, what should we be doing as part of this conversation to make sure that we do have the right frameworks in place to guard against the misuse of data? But more importantly, you know, how do we ensure that those frameworks actually safeguard against the misuse of that data? Thank you.
Thank you, Davis. I think the questions that we need to be asking ourselves is, I think in the previous session, we talked about laws in existence, but the question we need to be asking ourselves is, what laws are in place to protect that personal data? And even as we ask ourselves that question, it's looking about the data protection oversight role or agencies that are in place and what efforts are being made to promote awareness of these laws in different contexts. One of the things that we realize is as much as there's a lot of conversation around protection of personal data, there's no clear legal regime, especially in digital communication, that you can easily, our citizens can easily pinpoint that is critical in that. So in the absence then of these laws that we are talking about, we need to be asking ourselves what shortcuts exist in general legal regimes that could cater for access to information with limiting exposure to individual data. And you'll realize that at the moment, there is also the really high demand for certain data. And the agencies concerned may not have the time really to tick off every protocol in the bureaucratic systems, which is very common in most of the African countries. So the question again we should be asking ourselves is, what measures are in place to balance ease of access and again, right of privacy? And then finally, probably asking ourselves, what options of engagement again exist between data generators, curators, and transporters, given that many countries at the moment are either in total lockdown or partial lockdown.
Thank you so much, Margaret. Now, are any of your partners really engaged in the process of, for example, simplifying some of this? Because when you talk about the legal regime, it often tends to be very, very technical. If you are to present that to someone who's not familiar with the legal lingo, for example, it becomes a bit challenging. And then secondly is, you know, we do have some of the best laws in Africa in many respects, policies, regulations, but what is actually done by governments in terms of implementing those legal provisions, policies, etc., sometimes tends to be a disconnect. What more should we be doing as non-state actors to make sure that this is actually achieved?
I think what we really need to do is, as much as we continue looking at it, we need to really start looking at the use of technology. Even as we use technology to track coronavirus, what do we make sure, how do we ensure most people will use the systems well? And if people do not use these systems well, what provisions are there really to ensure that their data is protected? And I just want to just bring in the idea that even as we think of these systems, the question we should again be pointing out is, even as these systems are developed to track down, for instance, to track coronavirus, and even as they track down coronavirus, do we have a plan for shutting them down when the coronavirus trend has ended? And one of the things that we are doing is engaging really our, I would say, our partners or grantees to really start looking at these questions around looking at what does it mean? What is the importance of working with policymakers to review the institutional, for instance, capacity, processes, regulation, standard infrastructure, or are there appropriate risk frameworks to strengthen their stewardship? And as you may be aware, the issue of technology can also be very challenging to many of the government agencies. And looking at that, I think it will be really important to continuously look at models that support social engineering, but with the primary emphasis of quality control and public understanding, and again, human rights.
Thank you so much, Margaret. So what I'm hearing from you is also that there's high demand for certain types of data. So it's not everything. And people simply don't have the time to tick the box on everything because they need the data, they need to move. So I'll come back to you later. But Bernard, reflecting on what Margaret has said, and Stefan, of course, what are your thoughts on probably having a plan for shutting down and having the risk frameworks that help us, even as we move along, to meaningfully engage with governments to make sure that some of the surveillance programs and other risks posed by data and technology are actually minimized?
Thank you, David, for the question. I agree with Stefan and Margaret that during this time, really, we need to look at data protection principles. As you're aware, for instance, in the Kenyan context, we still have existing gaps in terms of we are still yet to implement the data protection law of 2019. Since, for instance, the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner is still yet to be established. So we, at this time, it is my belief that we need to focus on the key principles that Stefan has also partially touched about, the principles of purpose limitation. For instance, so you're talking about when collecting data, disclose as there's need to for disclosure, the reason or the purpose you're collecting this data for, and also that goes hand in hand with the principle on data minimization, collecting as minimum data as possible, because it is essential at this time to protect the general public and I believe the citizens. And one of the ways is to really take that which is essential. In some cases, there might be different, depending on the type of scenario or depending on the context. There's going to be different data that is going to be collected, and also storage limitation works well with what Margaret has said on that after collecting this data, after the whole pandemic is over, what do you do with the data? So there is need for clear guidelines on that, and for disposable mechanisms on how to make sure that at the end of data collected at the end of this period is actually adheres to existing guidelines on data protection, is existing international and regional guidelines on data protection as well. And also that we need to also talk about accountability. Some of the agents or some of the agencies that are going to collect data this time would be, for instance, government agencies. There needs to be accountability measures in terms of transparency, to say you need to indicate how, what did you do with this data, for instance, just to ensure that the privacy of everyone is protected.
Thanks, Bernard. And if the governments then don't comply, how do what do we need to do? If from your perspective, what are the options that we have? Because in some instances, not many governments will try their best, but when there are challenges and things actually happen that breach privacy and other concerns, what is it that we should actually be doing, especially as non-state actors?
Thank you for that question. For instance, in this case, there may not necessarily be governments only, but there may also be corporations that are collecting this data. And let us remember that during this time, there are also courts. Most of the courts are convening virtually, or once in a week. For instance, we have had most of the courts, operating only in situations whereby a case is only listened to only when it is filed at a certificate of urgency. And the courts are really one of the ways that that non-state actors can keep the government accountable, because usually they would be the first response for non-state actors under the current constitution. And also we need to also have a conversation. It's a conversation between ourselves, and just let me give an example. For instance, social media has been a tool that has been used hugely by both non-state actors to just expose these violations that are taking place. Now that the courts may not be as available, as they used to. Social media is also one of the tools that has really been useful and at this time. And also there needs to be a cohesive voice, coming from especially the non-state actors to condemn or really come out strongly and defend the fundamental freedoms, point out the issues, point out to the specific violations that have taken place in terms of violations are arising from
So sorry, Bernard, you're freezing a bit. I lost you.
From the misuse of data and violations that are specifically.
All right, thank you, Bernard. Sorry, we had a bit of technical glitches there, but what I heard from you is beyond having this conversation, public pressure is going to play a critical role. And mechanisms, for example, social media, the use of social media to exert public pressure and to highlight, violations of human rights and other breaches would be absolutely critical. Stefan, I'm coming back to you on the frameworks for engagement. What actually works in practice when it comes to these types of situations? What is practical? What is actually practical in terms of bringing together, government officials, corporations, and other non-state actors to engage on these issues? They tend to be very controversial, depending on where you actually sit and which lens you're looking at them with. Thanks.
Great. Well, there are a whole range of issues here, but of course, one thing that we haven't touched upon in order to establish those kinds of relationships, while clearly the policy environment is very important, and obviously the legal context determines what can and cannot be done. And frankly, I do have to say is that while a lot of the focus was on GDPR and as a good model, it was GDPR in essence at the early stages of the pandemic was very confusing to most people. It was only when actually the European Data Protection Supervisor stepped in and clarified what the conditions are that many started to feel more comfortable, because there was even coverage that many of the actions that were happening with mobile phones were totally illegal under GDPR, because there was a total confusion on the reuse. And so I would say clarification, right? So it's not just having a policy, but also a clarification by a particular kind of authority on how to reuse data responsibly, because what we should emphasize here is that much of the discussions about data is not about just data collection. That's one part, right? And the contact tracing thing is really about data collection, but most of the discussions about data is about reuse existing data sets for other purposes. And frankly, GDPR isn't really that, or wasn't that clear on the reuse. And I'm not sure that many of the privacy statutes that we have seen actually really deals with the reuse of data. It's mostly about having consent for collecting data and so on. Anyway, so a practical step would be, first of all, clarification on what are the governance, policy, and legal approaches to reuse of data, including private sector data. Absent that, it's really unclear. The second thing, and that's where I wanted to go, is that many of those arrangements are actually governed by contracts. And while we could have, anyway, wonderful policy schemes, the details are quite often specified through data sharing agreements. And we need to also spend more time on what goes into those data sharing agreements, who determines the sharing agreements, and how do we streamline and take out the transaction cost of developing those data sharing agreements. And so, as you know, with some of actually people that are on this call as well, we started working on contracts for data collaboration, and we've issued some guidance on how do we develop data sharing agreements at the time of COVID-19 that is basically a checklist of these are the elements you have to consider when actually engaging with third parties with regard to data, and what are the implications if you fail to address that. And then the third element I would argue, and again, I could repeat what others have said, but what I'm trying to say is that these are additional kind of elements to consider, is that it's also very important to consider professional accountability in this context. Too often it's about, anyway, once we have a policy framework, things will happen. Absent, there is also a notion of professional accountability that then can be used to actually, anyway, oversee and especially inform best behavior. It's going to be very hard to do, and that's where data stewards come into play. And I believe that, and we see this happening in many corporations where data stewards are becoming more important, that actually have a mandate to engage with government, civil society, researchers. And we need to really fine-tune the code of conduct of data stewards at a time of crisis, but also beyond. And that's an additional kind of governance instrument that we need to develop in order to really streamline and also streamline both the response, but also to do so in a manner that is responsible.
Thanks, Stefan. And it would be good to hear from you, if there are any practical examples of countries or, partnerships that you've heard about that are quite effectively actually doing this at a very practical level. But I'll go to the chat where there's a question to you. Isn't all data use technically reuse, so to speak, or what is the difference between the use of data and reuse of that data? Stefan, over to you.
Oh, yeah, I didn't realize.
Sorry.
Right. Yeah. So, well,
Yeah.
it's about, so typically the fair information practice principles, right? So, which Bernard already alluded to as well, which was purpose specification, which was typically purpose specification of the data collected, right?
Okay.
But what we see here is purpose specification. What I've been arguing is purpose specification for reuse of data, which is data that was collected for one particular kind of purpose. But guess what? Meaning at the time of big data, that data, mobile phone data, social media data, retail data, can be repurposed to inform COVID-19 decision-making. We don't really have a good governance framework for secondary use of data. Most of the privacy principles start from information handling of data that is collected for one purpose, but then what do you do if you want to use it for other purposes? And that needs to be really clarified moving forward in a far more rigorous manner.
Perfect. That does clarify it. And to all of you, there's a question on Slido. To what extent are the public aware of the data breaches that are happening in response to COVID-19? I don't know if any of you has come across something specific. Margaret, Bernard, Stefan.
I think I can comment on this, and this is not really specific, but going by the fact that many people do not understand how their data can be misused or can be abused. That is members of the public. You realize that many people give out their data information without even the knowledge that it can be misused. And this actually happens, especially when in situations like when we are looking at the COVID-19. And I wanted to bring in the aspect of how then do private sector become conduit of releasing data that is not specifically meant for the public. And in this case, I'm showing an example of the money technology transfer, where people have really given out their data, and not only at that situation, also in other areas where they have, for instance, registered for purposes of getting loans and all that. So the question here is, how then do the public be aware? And that's why I said at the first that it's really important that we continue raising awareness of citizens about the importance of ensuring that whichever data they give, they make sure that it is given to the right hands. And then again, there is also, as Stefan mentioned, there is also professional accountability which needs to continuously be pushed and pressure be put around the people who have been given the responsibility to manage this data to ensure that it's continuously being protected from an ethical use of the same for the purposes of either private or personal uses. And I think going ahead, and even as I see coronavirus fight against coronavirus going ahead, I think this is something we need to continuously bring out to citizens. And one of the things looking at, going through the social media, I can see there are quite a number of people who are aware of that, and they've continuously put pressure in the public. And I remember in that previous conversation, Irungu also mentioned how pressure through social media has also enabled government also refuse to release some of the data, specifically of those people who have had, have become sick because of corona. So these are some of the ongoing efforts, and we cannot just leave it. There's really need for awareness and public awareness to ensure that even as they release their data, they should also know that they have a responsibility to demand for it to be protected.
Thank you. Bernard, a reflection on the same question?
If I can just add a little bit to what Margaret has said. Yesterday we saw a report, there was this issue trending online that allegedly that some data from the World Health Organization and other organizations that were working on COVID-19 had been hacked, or had been there was unauthorized access. I think that is just one of the situations whereby I would say there have been considerable breaches at this time. But just to put in the local context here in Kenya, for instance, we have seen that citizens who had returned from abroad, that their data was actually citizens who had returned abroad. This was before the lockdown and the curfew that was instigated in Kenya. That once they returned to Kenya, and they were advised to go and self-quarantine, that in terms of GPS and location data was being monitored. So if you are advised to be on self-quarantine and you probably go out and get a few essentials, you are arrested. There have been those cases that have been reported. There was a few individuals who came out and she had been accessed unlawfully, which would be more of a case of surveillance by the state actors. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much. I'll come back to you, Stefan. As Oliver mentioned at the very beginning of the workshop, that UNECA, together with the Global Partnership for Sustainable Development Data, we recently launched an initiative that's going to really bring together a number of global level, regional level, national level partners, to support different countries. And I'm just wondering, from your perspective, what kinds of principles need to be in place to guide these types of partnerships, to make sure that we minimize the risks and harms that potentially could emerge from these partners working with government.
Well, first of all, this is a great initiative, and congratulations for taking this on. And I think it's highly needed as well. And I will answer it through, anyway, some kind of a sideways, because we have also looked into, as you know, what is already in place and what might be needed. And then especially looking at what a partnership like yours could add value, and then also what's then the level of responsibility there. And so, as I said, we have about 200 data initiatives that we have currently documented, in order to really understand what is happening in the space. And what we see is that many of those data initiatives are trying to solve one part of the data lifecycle, right? Some are focusing on data collection, and there is a lot of that. And surprise, surprise, there is no shortage of surveys being launched at the moment as well, right? Without realizing that perhaps, anyway, data might already be available to answer some of the questions. So there's a lot of that happening. There's a lot of data visualization happening. We have no shortage of data visualizations. And by the way, coming back to my demand for professional accountability, some of those data visualizations are developed based upon really limited science, and as a result, you get actually visualizations that inform decision makers in the wrong way. And there should be some accountability there with regard to what's the accountability of those that are translating the insights to, for instance, policymakers as well. So we see a lot of those activities. We see a little bit of pooling happening, which then creates additional kind of cybersecurity kind of concerns as well. But what we don't see is what we'll see less of, let's put it that way, because there are some really interesting examples as well. What we see less of is end-to-end kind of initiatives, where there is a clear initiative, a clear demand and actor that can act upon the insight, working together with data holders and data experts, society, in order to then develop insight that is ethically sound and scientifically sound, that then be acted upon. And so those end-to-end kind of initiatives is really what is needed. And that's also where the responsibility should lay. It should be end-to-end responsibility. It's not just responsibility like focused on contact tracing, where everyone is now going up in arms with regard to, is it Bluetooth, is it GPS that needs to be used? That's important. But then, right, how is then the data being analyzed? What's the responsibility there? There are biases probably in the models that are being used to even push back. There are a huge amount of false positives. How do you deal with that in an ethical point of view? And so on and so on. And so it should be end-to-end, which means that you do need to have a collective that has an interest in different bits and pieces, really looking into that. And that could be either a dedicated intermediary, such as, for instance, the Global Partnership that really, anyway, not just serves one initiative, but can serve multiple initiatives. But that's really what needs to happen, instead of this ad hoc lens on different parts of the data lifecycle, both in creating initiatives, as in also then deciding what is the responsibility or the policy approach to it.
Thanks. And maybe just a quick question to you on the chat is, based on your comments around poor data visualizations, would you say that in situations where data quality is actually poor, that no data is better than bad data, as it were?
Well, that's the big discussion, right? Is that, anyway, there is no shortage of challenges with regard to both data quality, with regard to selection bias in what data is being used to answer what question, right? Like the whole discussion on how many deaths. Well, it depends on how you establish the connection between COVID-19 and deaths, for instance. And so, I think we need to spend much more time also on actually the quality, and in some cases, indeed, it might be better to actually think about what are other questions that we can answer with the data that is qualitative, as opposed to seeking to answer questions based upon poor data that might provide for poor insights, and as a result, actually instigate certain kind of policy actions that could be harmful and make the situation worse. And that's again where expertise and professional accountability comes in, because we see it over and over happen. Suddenly we see all those people that claim to be epidemiologists, And I think it's great to see suddenly this this sector booming. But the question is, of course, who is really capable of actually making those kinds of scientific judgments that then can inform sound decision making, and that's where professional accountability and really an understanding of and points of expertise comes in.
Thanks for that. And Bernard, to you, I mean, often the assumption is that there's lack of capacity, or government may be having challenges in managing, accessing, and of course using data. But what I've also observed during this crisis is that institutions that are mandated to deal with the COVID-19 response, for example, the Ministry of Health, and in some countries, the National Bureaus of Statistics, are also quite sworn to data protection and privacy, and for many years have been practicing this as part of their day-to-day jobs. So to what extent should we be also learning from government agencies and other institutions that have been doing this for years?
Thank you, Davis. That's a good question, really, and this brings down to one of something that previous panelists have said. They talked about right now when maybe government agents or first responders may be swamped, or they may have a lot to do. So right now would be a good time to consider public-private partnerships in this time. And a good example would be, for instance, the use of privacy enhancement technologies. Incorporating the use of privacy enhancement technologies essentially means that, enabling business to leverage insights from a third-party data without revealing the confidential information that which could be as a result of the business or legal or even ethical guidelines. Yeah, so I believe that is one way that we can ensure that that privacy is really protected at this time and really protected at this time. And also, I would just talk about just mention really the essence of the importance of privacy by design. Right now, there will be I believe there's need to have solutions that incorporate that are privacy centered, and these may be technical solutions or legal solutions as well. Having to enhance privacy right at from the beginning of the process. In technical terms, this would be having privacy right at the beginning of having privacy centered, being privacy centered right at the beginning of the software development cycle. Or in terms of policy, this would also be having a diverse experts, having a pool of diverse experts, from business and from legal expert, privacy experts, from the civil society, from the government and other policymakers. Because previously, what you have seen is that the consultations only take part among the policymakers, among government actors, and having opening up the table and having several other experts from the other field. And I'll give an example. For instance, I saw in Kenya, I have seen the ministry in charge of ICT has opened up the table and gazetted a 15-member advisory committee on ICT, basically to brainstorm ideas and ICT solutions. And if you look at part of members of that panel are members from private and other sectors, not necessarily government. So I think this is one of the things that we need to be looking forward to. This is one of the things that we should really be pushing forward to. Yes, not only as a country, but regionally and also internationally.
Thank you so much. Now we are coming to the end of this session, and maybe just closing remarks. And Margaret, you start us off in 1 or 2 sentences. When all this is over and COVID-19 is behind us, what do you want to see in place in terms of data and privacy frameworks, etc.? Margaret?
I had forgotten to unmute. Sorry.
No problem.
Yeah. So I was just saying, I find this a technology of contact tracing very interesting. And I think it presents an opportunity for making technology more privacy protecting by default. And probably if we advocate more or effectively, I believe we can show that technology can be both effective and also privacy preserving at the same time. And I'm hoping after, even as we go through this process of COVID, that there will be a lot of interest around that and try to see how this can create an opportunity of preserving privacy at the same time being effective in other issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Stefan. When all this is over in one
yes, so
sentence.
I'm gonna try to be very limited here, and so one thing, and it was mentioned by Bernard as well, that I see that I'm actually very hopeful about is the creation of collaborations among experts that can inform in a more wider arrangement. And it's kind of interesting, there are not that many academics on this initiative, but I think it is very important to think about where's the supply of expertise in society, and how do we connect that with actually policy making, leveraging data. And if there is one thing that we should really hope to come out of this, is actually that human infrastructure that we can connect with in order to inform decision makings. Actually, the contact tracing in Europe was driven by universities, and the data rights discussion was driven by universities in Europe. And it was very interesting to see that actually suddenly those that are quite often ignored, because anyway, academics happen to be a lot in many societies, not part of policy discussions, unfortunately. You saw that actually suddenly that pool of expertise got tapped into it. The same thing for regard to epidemiology, and the same thing with regard to other kinds of questions. And I'm not advocating just academics. There is many more expertise in society than just, anyway, those types of professional kind of educators. And so being able to develop this human infrastructure to connect expertise with decision-making around data, I hope that that is one of the outcomes that we can establish, and that then can go on for a longer period of time, because it's a new way of operating in actually tapping into that kind of collective intelligence.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Bernard, in less than 30 seconds, what would you like to see at the end of this?
Thank you. I'll try to be as brief as possible. I'll just like to see more of transparency in terms of handling of data, in terms of the data lifecycle process, and transparency in terms of from the relevant actors, in terms of make that process as transparent as possible to ensure that we adhere to not just the legal guidelines, but also let us adhere. I would urge every sector or every actor to adhere to both legal and ethical guidelines in this time. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Stefan, Margaret, and Bernard, for those wonderful remarks. And we do appreciate everybody online who was listening to us. for more questions, I'm sure we'll be getting contacts at the end of this particular workshop. Again, Alkags and Tom, thank you so much for the wonderful opportunity to have this important discussion. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Davis, and thank you to all the panelists who took part in that session. That was a really excellent discussion with some incredibly valuable points that have come up. Before we start the next session, I just want us to take a break from them because it's been a very long day, and I can't share my screen, but I'm going to try and just read out the results of the Slido survey that we've been running throughout this event so far, because they're really interesting. And you can find those results on Twitter. I've posted them on Twitter, so there's some screenshots there. But basically, you know, about 58 people have taken part in the short survey that we've run, and it's still open if you'd like to take part, and we can post a link in the chat for that. But the first question was, do you think it's necessary and legitimate for governments to use sensitive personal data, for example, location data, as part of the COVID-19 response? And out of 57 people who took part in the survey, 82% said that yes, they do think that it is legitimate. So that's an overwhelming response for that question there. And that's an important starting point, because the answers get more interesting as we progress. The second question was, what purposes would you provide consent for your sensitive personal data to be used for? A, medical purposes only. B, both medical and other purposes. So for example, medical purposes and also enforcing curfews. And C, none of the above. And 67% of respondents accepted that the government should and could use sensitive personal data for medical purposes only. Only 24% of people responding thought that the government should use sensitive personal data for medical purposes and other purposes such as enforcing curfew. And just under 10%, 9% of people who responded to the survey said none of the above and didn't want their sensitive personal data to be used at all. Even though 82% initially had said that they do think that it's necessary and legitimate for governments to use sensitive data. So 1% has a bit of an issue there. The third question was around trust in government, and we asked people to scale on a scale of 1 to 5 the degree to which they trusted their governments to use and to handle and to control sensitive personal data. Now, 29%, so almost 30% of respondents said that they had no trust at all in government handling their sensitive personal data. And only 30% scored at level 3, so that intermediate phase of having some degree of trust in government. Only 2% of all respondents out of 55 people had complete trust that their government would responsibly handle sensitive or personal data as part of the crisis. Finally, the last question was about whether people believe that sensitive personal data that's collected as part of the response should be deleted after the pandemic has finished. Here again, an overwhelming 84% of people who responded out of 58 people think that their personal data should be deleted at the end of the pandemic, and only 16% said that it shouldn't. So I think these are some really, really interesting insights, because keep in mind that over 80% of people thought that it was necessary for the government to utilize sensitive personal data. But even though so many people accept the need for it, it seems to be that there are some serious trust issues in how government might handle that. So with some of that information in mind, it's my pleasure to hand over now to Edith to moderate this last session of the afternoon here in London, the morning over in the US and South America. So over to you, Edith. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Tom.
We can hear you.
You can hear me? Okay, great. Good afternoon, colleagues. It's afternoon where I am. My name is Edetano Joe. If it's easier for you, you can call me Edet, as you just heard Tom do, and that's what most friends call me. I'm Executive Director of Media Rights Agenda. You may be wondering where. I feel like I'm currently living online, but I'm online somewhere over Lagos in Nigeria. So that's about me. In terms of this session, just to keep it going, it seems that despite the unprecedented nature of the situation that the current coronavirus pandemic has thrown us as a global community, there's one thing I believe we can all agree on, which is that at some point in the near future, this will be over. But governments around the world have taken various measures, ostensibly at controlling the spread of the coronavirus. And many of such measures, be they legislative, policy, or administrative, have negatively impacted the human rights of citizens and other members of the public, including, as we're focused on, digital rights. I think it's fair to say, even among the human rights advocates, as well as ordinary citizens, there's no consensus about the necessity or effectiveness of many of these measures. Some of us believe many of the restrictions, especially on data and information rights, are unnecessary and unhelpful in combating the pandemic. Others think that given the seriousness of the situation, these restrictions are a necessary and perhaps even small price to pay if they can actually help us overcome the challenge that we're confronted with. However, regardless of where we stand on the issue, I think we can agree that in the post-COVID-19 era, it will be necessary to lift these restrictions that have been introduced supposedly in response to the exigencies of a very specific issue. And I believe that they were also meant to be temporary. In this segment of the program, we're looking principally at how non-state actors, whether they're civil society actors, private sector, or development cooperation agencies, can constructively support government in winding down these temporary measures once the crisis has passed. So the key questions we're going to be looking at are how should non-state entities that advocate for civil liberties and digital rights balance their messaging and advocacy in this time of crisis? And what responsibilities do UN agencies, private companies, and data providers have to balance the rights of their customers and the need to share data with governments in time of crisis? This is a slightly larger panel than the previous one, so I would like to plead with my panelists to try and be brief so that we can cover most of the critical issues that we have to deal with. So I'd like us to start off with a quick self-introduction by each of the panelists. I would like to begin with Benga. Benga, if you don't mind, could you please introduce yourself?
Benga Chesson, I work with Paradigm Initiative. It's a Pan-African social enterprise, but I'm in Lagos, Nigeria today.
Thanks a lot, Benga. We are living online with me over Lagos, I believe. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I thought I went off. Jessica, please, could you introduce yourself?
Hi, thanks very much. Lovely to be with you all today for this great event. I'm Jessica Espy. I'm the director of SDSN Trends, which is the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network's expert group on data and statistics. I feel a little bit cheeky being here today because I merely manage and represent a consortium of experts, and two of those experts are on the line. Shada Badi, who will be introducing herself in a minute, is one of our co-chairs, and Tom Moultrie is one of our members. So I'm sure they'll have more insightful things to say than me, but I'll do my best.
Thank you very much, Jessica. Shada?
Hi, good afternoon, good evening to everybody. Thanks for the invitation to be on this amazing session. My name is Shada Badi. I'm the managing director of Open Data Watch and wear several hats, as you can see already from Jessica's comments. And Open Data Watch is a non-governmental organization in Washington, D.C. that focuses very much on national statistical offices and official statistics. And as you can tell from the name of the organization, is encouraging open data and responsible creation and use of data. Thank you.
Thank you, Shada. Rob?
Thanks, Edith. Thanks for the introduction, and thanks, Tom and Al, for organising this and inviting me. My name is Rob Worthington. I am director of Quantu, a social enterprise based in Cape Town. Our focus is really at the sort of grassroots intersection between social accountability and local service delivery, and what the role is of technology and data in improving service delivery.
Thank you, Rob. I believe I should say Tom too.
Hi there, and great to be part here of this thing this afternoon, this evening. I'm Tom Moultrie. I'm Professor of Demography at the University of Cape Town. I'm an academic demographer, but in the current outbreak, my roles stem from 3 areas. I'm part of the National Institute of Communicable Diseases modeling team. I'm doing data analysis for them on testing and the implications for understanding the spread of the virus. And I'm also working with the South African Medical Research Council on building a near real-time mortality monitoring system of deaths arising from COVID.
Okay, thank you, Tom. Thanks to all of you for making yourselves available. We have a very diverse group of expertise that we'll try and take full advantage of. Given that we have not a great deal of time, we'll start right away. And Gbenga, if I may start with you. So the first question I'd like you to take a bite at is, how should non-state entities that advocate for civil liberties and digital rights balance their messaging and advocacy in this time of crisis? You may want to look at the role of civil society and non-state development partners, and what balance we need to strike between the role in service delivery and holding government accountable and so on. So Gbenga, you have the floor, please.
Thank you. So, a lot of conversations we've had about the last few weeks have been about what is the right thing to do in terms of, so governments are supposed to be leading, right? And at the same time, there are concerns about the things that governments are doing. And there have been questions around, should we, question the legitimacy of government around this time and ask them critical questions and things like that. But my usual response is that we can actually, chew gum and walk at the same time. We can support and ask critical questions at the same time. And this is based on the premise that I'm about to state, which is the fact that everything that becomes the new normal now will not change after the pandemic. So I live in a country where typically when there is a sudden increase in the price of gas or petrol or oil, whatever name it is called in different countries, everything else goes up. Transportation goes up, cost of goods go up and things like that. And even when the prices come down, all of the prices that went up stay up. And this I think is the scenario we find ourselves in. As civil society actors, as people who work on civil liberties, I know that because this is a global pandemic, because this is a personal, this is an emotional, this is a tough time when people need to make decisions around what we allow, there's a temptation for us to say, and we saw that in the Slido feedback that we got. A lot of people are saying, you know what, let them take all the need so that we can come out of this problem, because you know what, we're scared, and rightfully so, we should be, because for most people, or in fact, I'll say all, we've never really been here before in this exact same scenario. And so it's important that we realize that whatever we allow right now will become the new normal, not just during this pandemic, but after the pandemic. So it's important that we push back. And by pushing back, I mean that we need to ask questions. No one says, don't get the data you need, but the question is, what is the process of getting that data? What is going to happen to that data after the pandemic? And what happens if someone needs to seek redress? And I think these are the critical questions we need to ask. And like I said, we can walk and chew gum at the same time. We must support where it's necessary. A very simple example, Paradigm Initiative is part of a coalition of organizations that are making sure that, we know tech. So when it comes to information that is false, we go all out to make sure that we use the tools that we know to counter this information. But at the same time, we're not going to sit back if a government says, there is a lot of fake news, so we are going to shut down the internet. So in summary, what we allow now is going to become the new normal. So it's important for us to keep the standards alive.
Thank you, Benga. You started off with an analogy that worried me a bit, which suggests that we shouldn't really expect any restoration of data rights at the end of the pandemic because these measures usually do not revert once they've been introduced. Did I understand you correctly?
Absolutely. That's what I meant to say. You know, governments that have an agenda will use anything. They will use terrorism, they will use elections, they will use COVID.
Okay, thanks a lot, Benga. Jessica, if I may go to you, could you share your perspectives on this same subject?
Thanks. I think those are great remarks from Benga and probably very, very true in a large number of countries around the world. I think the one way I would perhaps slightly differ from what Benga said is that I do think that that's avoidable insofar as, in addition to engaging civil society in kind of asking the right questions, there are also procedural things that we can do in order to make sure that we do restore data rights thereafter. So going back to what Stefan was saying in the previous session about engaging academics and other actors, one of the things that we at SDSN have been doing is basically analyzing existing public-private data partnerships and the contractual agreements that are made to support those partnerships. So literally analyzing line by line contracts between telecommunications companies and governments, and then trying to identify, you know, what's been successful, what's replicable, and so on. And as part of that, one of the things that you can see in these documents is what you call sunset clauses. They're basically enshrined in the contract that at the end of the emergency, when the state of emergency ends, basically the terms of the contract end and the partnership ends, and all data would revert to the original parties and or has to be destroyed, subject to whatever the details of the sunset clause are. So if we bring in, you know, good legal counsel, academics and civil society to ask those questions now, right at the outset, I think there are ways to ensure that we do restore data rights, even if certain elements within the government would try and, you know, resist that. So it's going to be hard, but I think there's a lot that, you know, that civil society and the broader non-governmental community can do to try and make sure that some of those technicalities help get us some of the way there.
Thanks, Jessica. I understand that we're mostly speaking in very broad terms, but when you made these assertions, do you see any distinction between certain countries where you have very strong rule of law situations and other countries where the legal systems are extremely weak, and therefore, even with those set of contracts, you cannot really hope to get any improvement in the situation?
Yeah, and that's a really good comment and question. And there, I think, going on to one of the other points of this discussion is the role of the UN and regional entities. That's where I think these regional entities could be really helpful in negotiating some of these partnership agreements at a greater scale. So if you look, for example, this is Europe, and forgive me for drawing on an example from Europe, but I'm British, as you can tell, living in London. So it's what I know best at the moment in the context of COVID. But the European Union is helping all European countries negotiate with some of the major telecommunications providers around the terms under which they will access that data. So this could be something that, you know, UNECA or the African Union could potentially help with, is at scale, and particularly for African countries where there aren't, as you said, necessarily very strong governance systems to fall back on. If you can negotiate those terms at a continental or regional level across the continent, that might help give some extra accountability to be able to actually ensure that, you know, some of the commitments are upheld.
Thanks, Jessica. Shaila?
Great comments by Benga and Jessica. I want to sort of raise the issue a little bit higher to look at really what is our ultimate goal. And our ultimate goal is that for any organization that's accidentally comes across data management, or any organizations really has an important role in data management, does a good job in terms of governing that data, staying accountable and responsive and responsible in managing that data. And of course, we are far from that, and we see that particularly now that that's not really the case. And that work and that task is really more than, is what I call government plus job. Plus meaning you really need the UN system, you need the civil societies. So it has to be recognized as a multi-stakeholder task, which is at the heart of the question that you asked. Now, the second thing I wanted to say is that usually we have to also keep an eye not only on the goal of what we want to achieve, but also why we are here. Why is this chaotic situation in the ecosystem of data? And I think one of the main reasons, or not many reasons, but my top reasons is, well, one is that we haven't really invested enough in data. There are many data gaps, and there are many gaps also in our governance of data. So now we have, the demand has increased, the technology has provided capacity. So we are here because of a number of issues. And one of the things we really have to walk away from after this crisis is to see what we have learned from it and what we can do. For those people old like me, we've seen the Ebola, the same thing happened. All of a sudden, a lot of data issues came up. Or the financial crisis. In the financial crisis, there was not enough data. So everybody was madly modeling and gap filling data from, lack of data. So we see these chaotic situations come up a lot. The role of the civil society and NGOs, and aside from what Jessica said, is tremendously important in this. For example, in my group, what we do is not only sort of provide guidance for what it takes to do a responsive open data policy, but also I must say that we rate and evaluate and assess countries as how far they are from reaching those goals. And I think in the context of what we are now in terms of privacy issues, NGOs have a very big role because they are neutral. They're not the ones who are giving the money. They're not the ones who are kind of governing the whole process, but they are neutral partners. And we can not only help with guidelines and guidance, but we could also kind of help to evaluate where we are and how far we are from the goal.
Thanks, Shida. Just a quick follow-up to that. So do you think we can presume good faith on the part of governments when they introduce these restrictions? Can we assume that beyond the issues of capacity, that they're always motivated by good faith when they introduce these restrictions, and therefore, if we sort out the capacity issues and so on, we really don't have a problem?
Oh, well, I believe in, I'm a data engineer. I think of data as sort of a entity to manage and to govern well. So if I believe in that, governments have to prove that they stand behind this. In other words, we need statistics laws, we need access to information policies, we need governance, we need a very sort of open governance processes. And civil societies like groups like mine be able to actually look at that and say, yes, Kenya, bravo, you're getting a B-, or Tanzania, you're getting a C-, and so on. So we need to really be able to see what's going on. So transparency around it so that we can see, I think, is really critical, and we have to emphasize more.
Thank you. We'll now move to Rob. Rob, could you share your perspectives with us, please?
Thanks, Edith. So I agree with a lot of what's been said by my other panelists. I think what I'm hearing across, and I think, Jess, you touched on this very strongly, is we really need to define what the accountability frameworks should look like. And I don't think we can assume that those already exist. I think it's very different from country to country. In some cases, these things exist in some extent, in other cases not. And what I'm picking up from the work that you're doing, Jessica, is it's not just legislative, it's also contractual, it's a whole kind of spectrum of different ways in which data rights are involved. And it's also not clear to me as to what extent the ways in which these rights are being supposedly temporarily revoked is also clear. I mean, it's interesting in the UK, again, my sort of best context, there is primary legislation that's been passed by Parliament that makes clear what's changed at that level. But then obviously at the contractual level with companies and where it gets murkier, it's less clear. So I think there's a question for all of us there in terms of what would this accountability framework look like? What are the kinds of things that need to be in that? And how can we begin to apply that country by country? We heard already on this concept of sunset clauses. Where do those exist? What are the trigger points? What's the transparency of this legislation and other contractual agreements? So there's a whole set of criteria that I think we need to tease out to really think through how we apply this. But then I think behind this, there are a whole set of drivers that I think we need to think through carefully. I mean, it feels to me that we are really in a once in a lifetime moment here. And I think there's tremendous opportunity, but there's also tremendous risk. And I think we need to think through what are the things that are sort of driving these changes. So for example, the balance between individual and collective rights, I think as we saw from the survey Tom's doing, I think that is shifting, and I think there needs to be a debate around that. And I think the role of activists and civil society is to help to lead and structure that debate. Where does that balance sit? Does that balance continue shifting as perhaps we see a secondary and even third outbreak in countries which have got the epidemic under control? I think Shaila also touched upon the fact that the catalyst in terms of the adoption of technology and data is tremendous. I think we're seeing enormous numbers of people that have been skeptics being convinced and seeing the value of this. That has got positive and negative consequences, but definitely one of the things we're going to see is the infrastructure for technology and data is going to grow stronger. So that's another thing. For me, also, one of the debates that's very local to where I am is the right to free debate. I mean, fascinating, picking up in the area where I live, there are many people buying strongly into these conspiracy theories that 5G is causing the spread of COVID-19, that it's all a plot to kind of enforce us all to be vaccinated. I think we're going to see a lot of clampdowns that have previously been applied to traditional media also being applied to social media. But at the same time, I think that a lot of the attempts that we've seen by different countries and regulators to regulate big technology is also going to pull back. I think the kinds of threats that Facebook's been under from their misbehaviors I think is going to lessen to an extent. So there's a complex mix of drivers here that I think we need to understand that will help to shape what this new normal looks like.
Thanks, Rob. I fully appreciate your point about practices varying from country to country and standards differing in different countries. But the question I would like to ask you is, do you think we need to do more work on getting some norms and standards that are of an international nature as far as data rights are concerned? Do we need to standardize more?
Standardize in terms of rights edit, you're asking?
Of data rights, yes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure I would be that ambitious. I mean, I think it would be interesting to use this moment to try, as I think other people have alluded to try and highlight models of good practice that could be more easily adopted. I think that's maybe a good point to aim for. But there's always going to be a need for kind of adapting contracting and legislative text to fit the local context. But yeah, certainly I think highlighting promising models. I think there's some excellent ideas that we're seeing from some of the technology companies in terms of how this kind of sensitive personal data can be collected, but in an anonymized way. So how do we find and promote those models that show that, yes, there are ways of doing this. Yes, you will need to adapt them to what works in your country and your needs, but there is good practice we can draw from.
So do I understand you to be saying that those should be voluntary models and not legally binding?
I don't think I would fully agree with that, Edit. No, I think it needs to be backed also by agreement on what an accountability framework could look like. You know, maybe we need some kind of new index in terms of data rights that I don't know if that exists. Shida would probably know better than me, but I think we need an agreement on how we would measure that and you know, how we can bring attention to examples where countries are following that well and where there are examples of that not going well.
Thank you very much. Finally, for this round, I'd like to come to you, Tom, for your views on the subject.
Thank you, Eddie. So I've been fascinated by the responses to the Slido poll. As so many other panelists in the sessions today have noticed, I think there's a real danger that civil liberty and digital rights activists will find themselves left behind and pushed aside by the current crisis. I think, you know, on so many levels, the current crisis is unprecedented. Even the last major health crisis, the Spanish flu, didn't have the kind of data issues which we face now. The data wasn't as collected as much, didn't flow as much, didn't matter as much as it does now. And so what's more difficult for me to do is to find the appropriate circumstances and legitimate uses of those data to which can be laid claim to in this crisis. And for me, there are two aspects. There's the government data held by government agencies, and there's the third-party data held by private entities. In South Africa, we have a particular issue that the regulations used to respond to the outbreak, the Disaster Management Act, allows the near suspension of our constitution. It allows an appointed disaster coordination center to request any organ of state or person in possession of information to provide that information directly to that command center. So confidential data held by one government agency may be able to be demanded for use by another with very limited constraints possibly. And likewise, regardless of public-private data sharing agreements, private data may be demanded under those regulations with exceedingly unclear legal or privacy protection within that. And so this is where the question of balance comes in. Some of the information might be really useful for understanding how the outbreak may unfold, for example, cell phone geolocation data. But the question is, how is this data going to be used and possibly abused during and after the crisis? So, for example, at the start of the South African lockdown, government sought to use cell phone data. All cell phone numbers in South Africa have to be registered with the government agency to track those infected. After a misstep where it had initially been suggested that information be used to track all South Africans. Subsequently, a retired Constitutional Court judge has been appointed to consider all applications for that kind of tracking, but it does speak to the importance of that civil liberty and data rights activism. And the problem is that which we're faced with is that the kind of rules and context in which data has been shared is not going to be covered necessarily by these things. It means that the accountability for this data has to be continuous. You can't demand data at one stage and say, well, we've demanded data from an entity, we can use it however we wish to, we don't have to explain how it's going to be used. And so at each stage, the data has to be reevaluated about what the data is being used for and to what end. And so the question is after the fact, is how to get the genie back into the bottle, to make sure that the data obtained in the crisis is not retained, to make sure it's not used for purposes above and beyond those which was originally granted. I work largely with census data, and the examples where census data have been misused by one regime which had been collected by a previous regime to pursue a new regime's political, social goals is alarming, and I think we need to be worried about the same kind of things here. So I think we need to retrospectively inspect, as Jessica said, data sharing agreements, see where we need to require data deletion agreements. I think we need to think about data use disclosure, perhaps disclosing, kind of after the fact, what data has been used during this response, data on individuals has been used in this response, and how it has been used. And I think with all of this, it points to a much broader aspect, which is that what we need is not only the kind of the data compacts which we've developed for the sustainable development goals. We're going to need to have a post-COVID data compact, possibly negotiated through entities such as GPSDD. Thanks.
Thanks, Tom. You said that the accountability needs to be continuous, and I'm wondering, under the current situation, what kind of effective enforcement mechanisms can we look to, especially when in many countries the judicial systems are really not functional at this time? How do we enforce accountability frameworks during this period?
I think the first thing is, your question is an excellent one, and to which I don't have a direct answer, because the first thing is to make it quite clear that there should be a data accountability process with the use of the data which is being used. I think government ministries and other entities are happily just running amok using data which they can find, or which they can lay claim to. For example, under the South African Data Disaster Management Act, without thinking about needing to be accountable for how the data are used, which other agencies it's shared with, what other databases those data might be linked to. And so I think the first question is to actually raise, in the public's mind, what are the data accountability issues? I wonder how many South Africans, for example, understand the powers which the Disaster Management Act gives that command center to leverage data out of entities, both government and private. And so I think there is a need to simultaneously say we are deeply concerned by accountability. We are also deeply aware of the necessity of making as much use of data as possible to help curtail, contain the outbreak. And so it's about a delicate balancing act. But I think that so far there's been very limited discussion. I mean, there's been lots of discussion about the kind of attenuation of some human rights under the disaster management regulations. There hasn't been much discussion at all about the data management rights and the data privacy rights. And that is something which I think the global community everywhere, in every country has slightly different context, but the principles in every place have been more or less the same. No one really knows how these data are used. It's kind of Bismarckian. You don't want to see how laws and sausages are made. I'm not sure you really want to see what happens to data under an emergency.
Thank you very much. We're under a lot of pressure of time. So the second question, if I may plead that we take a minute each to respond. And this time I'd like to start with Tom and go in the reverse. So what responsibilities do UN agencies, private companies, and data providers have to balance the rights of their customers and the need to share data with governments in times of crisis?
Okay, I'm going to be very quick in it. So I've already talked about how that there are, where data has been requisitioned. I think there are very different protocols to what happens when data is voluntarily provided. So where data are voluntarily provided, they should be subject to data protection, data deletion agreements, and sunset clauses, as Jessica and some of the other panelists have talked about. For the data which is being requisitioned by central government to aid in the fight against the virus, I think they're short of a direct constitutional challenge to the sections of an act. What we need to do is start building that awareness of that there has to be some post-COVID accountability of how these data have been used, a commitment from government to delete, to de-link, to restore the data rights which might have been violated. And that's very hard to enforce, but I think that's where the idea of a post-COVID data compact does come in. Thank you.
Thank you. Rob, please.
Thanks, Eda. Yeah, I would agree with everything Tom said there. I think that's an excellent idea for a post-COVID data compact. I think the heart of this is transparency. I think if private sector companies are being compelled or voluntarily sharing their data, it needs to be done transparently. I think we've seen examples of this being done well, where companies will publish a transparency report that shows on their website in their annual report as much information as they can share. Sometimes they're not allowed to if it's for restricted information. I think we've also seen examples of companies, I'm not sure if this is the correct term, but sort of a canary alert, where they will publish something every day saying that we haven't been asked. And then if they don't publish it, you know that they have, even if they're not allowed to say. So I think there's a number of accountability and transparency measures that we need to look at and insist upon.
Thanks. Shaida, please.
Well, I agree with everything the other speaker said, but I think to your question on what are the responsibilities of the UN agencies, private companies, my focus will be on the UN. UN is really providing a sort of a neutral space for this work, and really at the technical level has a very important role to play and also helping the parts of government that really know how to do data management, and that is the National Statistical System, National Statistical Offices, which is governed by the UN Statistical Commission. And this is a commission that's really been in operation since 1947, so it's really been has gone through a lot of crises, a lot of issues. So, and we can use it much more as a platform, as a governing body to address some of these issues in a neutral space, and not only build on what are the standards and what should be, but also promote the good models, promote as you were saying, Rob, promote models of good practices. So I think the role of the UN here is very important, both in setting standards, promoting good practices, but also advocating for really good data stewardships in countries. We see some of the countries through the good practices that are addressing data stewardship. For example, a great example is Estonia. Estonia is doing an amazing job of using telco data, but in a sort of a safe space, and planning to use it only for analysis and then planning for destruction of that data. So those kind of good practices should be really spoken and talked to other countries, so there would be a learning process. And that's what I call good data governance and data stewardship.
Thank you. Jessica?
Thanks very much. And yeah, I agree with a lot of what's been said. And I think there are probably two key recommendations kind of emerging here. I mean, I think the first is around the role of the UN and other regional entities at doing exactly what Shada said, helping to kind of lay out standards and common practices around good data stewardship. I'd go further to suggest, as I did before, that, you know, in many cases, they can also, these regional entities should help to broker the partnership agreements. You know, telecommunications companies generally span multiple countries, right? So it makes a lot of sense to try to centralize a lot of that negotiation, particularly with entities that have more legal capacity and perhaps, you know, resourcing at the moment because they're not fighting fire with the health response, to try and, you know, broker some of those agreements. So I think where we can do things like that at scale, that's something that should be encouraged. But also relating to Shada's point, setting some of the terms around good sort of stewardship within those partnerships. So that might include, for example, mandating that where companies are sharing, you know, are setting an agreement with a government, they have to make the redacted contract publicly available, you know, or something like that. So examples of specific things that companies can do to be as transparent as possible in their interactions with the government and the sharing of information. So that's number one. And then number two, the second recommendation is very much around sort of citizens' awareness and accountability. I like Tom's idea of the kind of post-COVID compact, but I think a huge problem is just is lack of understanding. You know, it doesn't matter where you are in the world, people just don't understand the implications of, you know, this is what this data that the government has or potentially could have about you says about you. People don't understand how much of our, you know, of our locations, our whereabouts, our addresses, our, you know, our metadata is actually being made available and what that entails. And so I think we need some really good, it's a hard issue to do campaigning on, but I think we need some good kind of campaign advice, if you will, about how do you make the general public understand in very simple terms 2 or 3 or 4 common elements of these data issues that they need to shout about, and that needs to become a sort of fundamental rights issue and us to kind of campaign at scale. So I think anything we can do to raise general awareness and therefore stimulate accountability would be helpful. So those are my two. Thanks.
Thanks. Begard?
So in terms of crisis, you know, the things that you prioritize the least are most likely the first to suffer, even if you need them. And that's what I'll be the premise of my recommendation on. I think the UN and regional agencies need to, and this is building on what Jessica said about the campaign, because to be honest, if you look at some of the feedback we're getting from even individuals that you're defending rights on behalf of, it's actually very worrying, because the assumption is, why are you, it's almost elitist to talk about data rights to people who are worried about survival. So, we need to get the UN and regional, institutions to highlight the fact that data rights they're not elitist, they are fundamental, and we don't need to create a data crisis because we want to solve the current crisis.
Thank you, very interesting comment. It's been so exciting and enlightening. I wish we really had more time, but we're already overrunning. So I'd like to pose a final question, and I think those of you who feel up to it should please feel free to respond. So leaving this event, what do you think should be the next step? What should we go away from this event aiming to do and achieve? Anybody who really has a response, I think, should take the floor.
I can start with a short response to say that I'm looking back at the feedback that Tom shared earlier, the Slido feedback. I'm worried. I'm worried because at the beginning, people are saying, you know what, it's okay, you can take data anyway. But at the end, they're saying all of this trouble is going to go away, like magic at the end of this crisis. And it doesn't work like that. So I think we need to emphasize going forward between now and when the crisis ends, hopefully soon, and even beyond that, we need to emphasize the fact that what happens to your data matters.
Thank you, Bega. Any other takers?
Yeah, I just love to see this group. I think Al and Tom have done a brilliant job at convening such an interesting group of stakeholders, and it would be fabulous to have this group perhaps start with a kind of common statement of, these are some very top line, quite simple messages of things that we're concerned about and why they affect everyone. So, on that basic public messaging point. And then with a couple of recommendations for the UN and regional entities particularly, of what they could be doing, both in facilitating partnerships, in setting some of the good governance standards, and that kind of thing, and setting out an operating framework, if you will, for data management during the crisis and thereafter. I think setting out some recommendations like that would be really helpful because people are looking for answers, and I feel like there's a lot of us, and a lot of very educated, very informed government actors and academics and, civil society actors in every continent around the world who are desperate for answers, and no one seems to really have them. So any contribution we can make, I think, would be helpful.
Thank you, Jessica. Tom, please go ahead.
Just briefly, I think, kind of the idea of the global partnership taking forward together with Open Data Watch, this idea of a post-COVID data compact, establishing the norms and standards which all countries should be expected to adhere to would be great.
Just one thing, yeah. Yes, one thing from me, really be practical and take advantage of what we have rather than try to go for what we don't have, and it would take us a long time. I think one of the things that take advantage is really to see how countries can build on what they have in their national statistical system to come up with a data steward individual, someone who's really wakes up in the morning and works and, worries about these issues of data privacy and talks with others, talks with private sector and so on. So it's a really practical solution. And we've seen that work very well in some of the countries that are managing this.
Thank you, Shaida. Rob, you're fine?
Hi, Edit. Yes, sorry, my connection dropped there for a second. Are we just doing final comments, or what would you like me to talk to? You're muted, Edit.
Sorry, final comments really, but speaking to the point of what next steps do you see us pursuing from this event?
Oh, great. Okay. I mean, I think for me, two things. I think we should highlight the good that can come with this. We should highlight the promising models, the good practice examples, what we should be looking to do. And I think we should also highlight the bad. What are the abuses that we're seeing, in particular, those that affect the most vulnerable and marginalized groups in society? And I think this is a particular time to reach out, perhaps to parts of civil society that already work with groups that are already marginalized, to understand what are the challenges they're having, as many of the panelists have emphasized, people don't understand the risks of what's going on. And I don't think NGOs that are working in this space will understand the risks of what could be coming. So I think we should really look to collaborate with them and highlight the good and the bad in this kind of key moment.
Excellent. Thanks, Rob. So just to try and wrap up, Gbenga does not think that we can presume that things will go back to normal if we have a normal automatically. So what I hear Gbenga saying is we need to initiate some sort of advocacy right away so that by the time the COVID-19 situation is over, governments are under pressure already to remove those restrictions that were introduced in this context. And then Jessica is suggesting something of a common statement that we sign on to, if I'm not mistaken. And I think among the rest of you, Rob, Shaida, and Tom, are various elements that could go into that common statement. It seems to be generally that there was a lot of consensus among the panelists, so it shouldn't be that difficult to craft a common statement coming out of this event. So I would strongly recommend to Tom and Al to consider that possibility, which could also be an advocacy document going away from this event. So it's not just those of us who've been part of the discussion that have the insights that have been shared. I would like to thank all the panelists for their very useful, important, and exciting insights. I am confident that when we receive the recordings, we'll be able to go over them in greater detail. Thanks a lot. I would like to hand over to Al.
Thank you so
Tom,
much.
I'm not sure who. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Edith, and thank you for your panelists. You guys were absolutely awesome. I think today was, being in these meetings online is not easy. It's not easy to be here for 4 hours having these conversations, however interesting they may be. But the one thing that I thought that I think is useful is that people tend to pay a lot more attention because of the fact that it still feels very one-on-one in this conversation. I value your time, we value your time, and we are very grateful to all of you for the time that you have taken and the effort that you have taken to sort of contribute to this conversation. I think I take your points, and I'm gonna leave it to Tom to sort of give us the full roundup of where we should go. But I think I take the points that this particular session has given us. I think we should definitely come up with a joint communique of some sort that talks about the issues that concern us and that gives recommendations to some of the regional and entities like the UN, the AU, and others. And I think that this community sort of has formed some kind of advocacy group that is beginning to sort of think through what the world in the context of data should look like after COVID. Certainly things are going to be very different. I don't think that things are ever going to go back to normal in the way that they were before. And because of the fact that they're going to be significantly different, I think one is that this group is really best placed to be able to find new different ways of governing using data and using data for purposes of development in useful ways. And I think there's probably going to be many conversations that are going to arise out of this. Certainly Tom and I are going to continue to try and convene these conversations a little bit longer to try and get a little more granular and a little more specific in terms of the sort of things that could be done. One final thing, as we go, it would be important for us to try and think about what is the trigger what is the thing that would trigger a wind down of the emergency data usage. I was trying to listen out for that, and I know that I'm not completely clear on that. But what is that thing? What is that sweet spot? Is it the finding a vaccine that is going to tell us that, okay, now the emergency is over? Is it finding an effective medication? Is it the numbers going significantly down for whatever reason? All of these things we do need to think about. So what does it mean? Is it when businesses start opening up again? We don't know. And I think that trigger point is important, because if we wait too long after that trigger point to begin to tell governments to wind down their emergency data usage, what will happen is that they will probably, it may be too late to get them to wind it back. And if we do it too early, then they will laugh us out of the room. And so we do have to think about what is that sweet spot. And I cannot wait to hear from you and in other conversations that we shall have. But I'm going to let Tom sort of wrap us up and release us back to our families and our world. Tom?
Thank you very much, Al. I was just furiously tweeting some of what you were saying before you handed over. Wow, what an afternoon from here in London. I was worried that 4 hours might stretch out too long, but I honestly, and I don't say this often, but I can't believe how quickly that has gone. Thank you so much to all the panelists in this final session as well. I mean, what an incredibly dynamic way to finish as well after so many hours on the phone and so many great discussions. I'm not going to keep everyone on the line for too long, but I do just want to perhaps point out one or two things that have been said over the course of the day that have really stuck with me, and to comment a bit on what came up at the end. Just thinking back to the first session a few hours ago, I think the points that were made there are really important, and I don't think that we should lose them. I think that Dr. Asma's quote that data is a precious resource, but people's rights are even more precious, I think is the sentiment that absolutely should guide us through all of this. It summarizes everything that we've spoken about today. Similar to that, I think, Teki's overview of the fact that we do have many of the mechanisms that we need already in place, but we simply don't operationalize them. I think that is crucial, as well as the point on synergy versus balancing. I think synergy is a more collaborative term, which we should look into a little bit more. Stuart's points as well on the need to collaborate and to listen and to break down these difficult concepts into very simple phrases is absolutely key to all of this. From that first session, the final point as well is that we mustn't forget the burden that does sit on policymakers' shoulders. We've heard a lot, especially in this last session, about the risks and trust, and I share all of those concerns. But for people like Oliver, who have to try and coordinate an enormous round of censuses in Africa this year, the burden is absolutely massive in terms of understanding how exactly they're going to go around doing that, and the practical needs to be able to enter into partnerships, which may ultimately not be perfect, but to have that baseline data doesn't go away. So we must be cognizant of the requirements that exist there as well. Moving through the other sessions, I mean, I didn't moderate them, so my notes are not quite as complete, but just several points. Again, the breakdown that took place in Sarah's session in session 2 about all the different kinds of tools which exist and the differences that exist between African countries and the maturity of their data protection regimes is something that we absolutely have to take into account. Around the world, whether east, west, north, south, there is a huge discrepancy in how different countries approach data protection issues. There are no global standards, as it were. We have human rights standards which can inform things, but they're interpreted very, very differently in different parts of the world. And then the third session, again, we had a really good discussion in that session, which broke down into quite a lot of detail the value of different kinds of data collaboratives. And I think Stefan in particular perhaps if I can single him out, did a very good job of explaining, the issues which exist within data collaboratives. Everyone is trying to do good. Everyone is trying to push their data products and to highlight how their products can be helpful. sometimes too much is not helpful. I think, you know, it's reading between the lines of some of what he was saying, but absolutely not trying to quote him if that's not what he was saying. But I think we have to be very careful about data sources. We have to be careful about data quality. You know, I do think that no data is better than bad data in a situation like this. And finally, this session, well, I mean, what to say about this session? This session was excellent in terms of really highlighting some of the key points. There's a whole chain of tweets which represent my, you know, my reflections on this session, and so many quotable moments. I think perhaps one of my favorites is Benga's, you know, we don't need to create a data crisis to solve a health crisis. I think, again, that really captures the sentiment in an absolutely beautiful way of this whole event. In terms of next steps and moving forward, Edit, I think, you know, even though we've not spoken for far too long, in fact, we should have spoken before this many times, you know, I'm not surprised at all that your suggestion is that we put out an advocacy statement that becomes a tool. And I think that Al and I certainly need to reflect on that and what that could look like and what influence that might have. So we absolutely will circle back to you, especially given the networks that you have that I'm aware of that could be potentially very helpful for that. The other thing that I'd like to pick up on is, you know, some of the ideas that Tom mentioned and that others built upon in terms of having, whether it's a post-pandemic compact or whether it's an accountability framework for during the pandemic or whether it's both. Again, very good ideas that I think Al and I need to reflect on from our point of view to see what we can do. At the moment, we're doing this because we think it's the right thing to do. You know, we need to, if this is to become something, we need support from other organizations and probably materially as well at some point to help develop this out. So there are things for us to think about there. But I'm really genuinely, you know, over the moon really about how much interest there's been around this event and the level of engagement and frank conversation that we've had. I'm under no illusion that the road ahead is going to be very difficult for all of us. It's going to be difficult personally, economically, emotionally, socially. We're all under huge amount of pressure from many different angles. And we all have to be kind and gentle with each other and acknowledging that and the difficulties that we will face, as well as many of our fellow human beings. But within the midst of all of that, I think it is very important that we do remain evidence-based and standards-driven, as I've said before, certainly in our work in this space. And I look forward very much to continuing the conversation with all of you in the near future. We will be in touch. I do need a couple of days to recover. I'm sure Al does too. And before I close, I do just want to pay tribute to all of Al's team, because there've been many people behind the scenes here who have helped us today. I hope I don't miss anyone, but Benjamin, Esther, Mukanda, Ivy, Pauline, I think that's everyone, Jay as well. I'm sorry if I have missed anyone, but thank you so much for all of your support in utilizing Slido, YouTube, Zoom. It's, you know, without you, we wouldn't have been able to do any of this. Thank you so much, everybody. Back to Al, perhaps just to formally close this before we can go off.
Thank you very much, everyone, and do have a wonderful weekend.